Your body has been holding conversations all day that your mind never heard. Every tension in your shoulders, every tight breath, every restless thought was your nervous system trying to protect you from a world that never really slows down. Even when you sit still, something inside you keeps scanning, keeps preparing, keeps bracing for what might happen next. Not because you're broken, but because you were never shown how to switch it off. We learned how to stay alert, how to respond fast, how to carry pressure without showing it. But no one explained how to come back to calm once the danger passed. So the body stays ready long after it needs to. The heart forgets how to settle. The mind keeps replaying. And night becomes just another place where the noise continues, only quieter and harder to escape. The Stoics understood something most people overlook. The body cannot rest while the mind is still gripping the day. True recovery begins when you stop resisting the moment and allow yourself to be exactly where you are. Not fixing, not forcing, just loosening the grip. They believed that peace is not found by controlling everything, but by releasing the need to. Tonight is not about sleep alone. It is about repair, about teaching your nervous system that it is finally safe to stand down, safe to stop guarding, safe to drift without watching the door. Over the next hours, you are not required to solve anything, remember anything, or become anything. You are only here to let the body remember what calm feels like. So let the outside world fade. Let the muscles soften in ways they haven't all day. Let the mind step back from its constant work. This is your permission to stop holding everything together. And slowly, quietly, the repair begins. As the body begins to soften and the noise of the day loosens its grip, something else quietly rises to the surface. The part of you that has been trying to manage everything without rest. The part that believes if you stop holding on, something will fall apart. This is where the real work begins, not in doing more, but in allowing less. There is a quiet fear many people carry into the night. The fear that if they stop controlling their thoughts, their plans, their worries, they will lose something important. So the mind keeps checking, adjusting, replaying conversations, predicting tomorrow, tightening its grip on things it cannot actually command. It feels responsible for keeping life together, as if letting go would invite chaos. But this constant control is what keeps the nervous system awake long after the body is exhausted. Surrender, in the Stoic sense, was never about giving up. It was about recognizing the boundary between what belongs to you and what never did. Your effort belongs to you. Your character belongs to you. But outcomes, other people's reactions, the timing of life, the past that already happened, these were never yours to control. Carrying them into the night is like trying to hold water in closed fists. The tighter you grip, the more tension you create, and the less rest you allow. When you lie down tonight, the mind may still try to negotiate with the day. It may replay unfinished tasks, conversations you wish went differently, possibilities that haven't happened yet. This is the overstimulated mind trying to secure safety through control. It learned this pattern because it worked in moments of stress. But night is not a battlefield. Night is meant to be a return, a lowering of the shield, a signal to the body that the watch has ended. The nervous system does not understand ambition or deadlines. It understands safety and danger. When thoughts keep racing, when muscles stay tight, when breathing remains shallow, it interprets this as a sign that the threat is still present. So it keeps the body in survival mode, even in a quiet room, even under warm blankets. Surrendering control sends a different message. It tells the body there is nothing to fight right now, Nothing to solve, nothing to prepare for. Slowly, the alarms begin to power down. This practice begins with a simple shift. Instead of trying to control the mind, you allow it to unwind at its own pace. Thoughts may still appear, but you stop following them. You stop answering every mental question. You stop rehearsing tomorrow. Each time you notice yourself gripping a thought, you loosen the hold and return to the sensation of lying here. The weight of your body supported, the quiet around you, the rhythm of your breathing without forcing it to change. Control often hides in subtle places, in the way you check the clock, in the urge to adjust your position repeatedly, in the tension behind the eyes. Letting go means trusting that rest does not require constant management. The body knows how to sleep. The mind knows how to slow down when it is no longer being commanded. You are not abandoning responsibility. You are setting it down for a few hours so repair can happen. Over time, this nightly surrender becomes a signal your nervous system learns to recognize, a ritual of release. When you stop trying to steer every thought, the mind gradually stops accelerating. When you stop bracing for what might happen, the body releases stored tension you did not realize you were carrying. Shoulders drop, jaw softens, the space between breaths widens. These are signs that survival mode is loosening its grip. There is also a deeper freedom hidden here. Control is often fueled by the belief that everything depends on you staying vigilant. But life has continued through every night you have ever slept. The world did not collapse when you closed your eyes before, and it will not tonight. Trusting this truth allows a different kind of strength to emerge, one that does not come from constant effort, but from quiet confidence that you do not have to hold everything together alone. As you rest here, let the unfinished parts of the day remain unfinished. Let tomorrow wait where it is. You are not required to solve your life before sleep arrives. You are only asked to release your grip on it for now. The mind may resist at first, like a guard, unsure whether it is allowed to leave its post. But with patience, it begins to understand that standing down is not failure. It is recovery. And as control loosens even slightly, something deeper begins to happen. The nervous system shifts out of defense and into repair. Blood pressure eases. The heart finds a slower rhythm. The brain moves toward the states where healing, memory processing, and emotional reset occur. This is not something you force. It is something you allow. Tonight, the practice is simple. You do not need to perfect it. You only need to stop gripping the moment. Let the mind float instead of steer. Let the body sink instead of brace. Let the quiet do the work you have been trying to do alone. And in that quiet surrender, the overstimulated mind finally remembers how to rest. As the grip of control loosens and the body begins to trust the quiet again, another layer gently reveals itself. Beneath the tension, beneath the racing thoughts, there is something you have been carrying even longer than stress, the identity of the day, the roles you stepped into, the expectations you tried to meet, the moments you wish had gone differently. Even in silence, those versions of you can remain active as if the day never truly ended. There is a quiet exhaustion that does not come from physical effort, but from being someone for too many hours without pause. The worker, the protector, the problem solver, the one who had to stay composed even when things felt heavy inside. When night arrives, the body lies down, but these roles often stay standing. The brain keeps replaying the scenes where you felt judged, rushed, ignored, or not enough. It tries to resolve them as if tomorrow depends on finding the perfect response. This is emotional residue, and it keeps the nervous system from resetting. The Stoics practiced something simple but powerful at the end of each day. They separated who they are from what happened. Success did not inflate them, failure did not define them, and other people's opinions did not become permanent labels. They understood that identity, built on daily events, is unstable because every day changes. What remains steady is the observing mind, the part of you that experiences life without being consumed by it. Tonight, you are allowed to step out of the character you played today. You are not your productivity, not your mistakes, not the conversations that linger in your head. Those belong to the day that has already passed. The brain needs this separation the way the body needs darkness to produce sleep hormones. Without it, emotional circuits keep firing, replaying scenes that no longer exist, preventing true recovery. When you detach from the day's identity, you stop carrying unfinished emotions into the night. The brain begins to process them instead of reliving them. Memory centers shift from alert mode into integration mode, where experiences are sorted and softened rather than sharpened. This is how emotional weight dissolves over time, not through force, but through distance. It helps to notice how many versions of yourself existed today. The serious one, the patient one, the frustrated one, the silent one. None of them are permanent. They are responses shaped by moments. Letting them fade is not denial, it is restoration. Just as you change clothes at night, the mind can change identities. You return to something simpler, quieter, more constant than the roles you played. Failures tend to cling the longest. The brain searches for ways to correct them, believing that constant review will prevent future pain. But this review keeps the nervous system in a loop of tension. Stoic detachment interrupts that loop. It says that mistakes are events, not identities. They inform you, but they do not define you. Once the lesson is taken, the rest can be released. Carrying it further does not increase wisdom. It only prolongs strain. There is also relief in stepping away from praise. Even positive moments can keep the mind active if you feel pressure to maintain them. Detachment allows you to appreciate without clinging. You do not have to hold on to being impressive, strong, or in control. Tonight, you do not need to be anyone in particular. You are simply a human nervous system returning to balance. As you lie here, let the images of the day drift past without stopping them. Not analyzing, not judging, not holding. Like watching distant clouds move across a dark sky. Each one fades on its own when you stop trying to grab it. The brain recognizes this as safety. Nothing is being pursued. Nothing is being resisted. Gradually, emotional intensity lowers and deeper restorative processes begin. This separation also creates space for something often missing in modern life: psychological privacy, a place where you are not performing, not proving, not explaining yourself. The nervous system repairs fastest when it feels unseen and unpressured. Detaching from the day's identity is like stepping into that private space where you can exist without demands. You may notice a subtle lightness as the roles dissolve. Breathing becomes deeper without effort. The forehead smooths. The constant sense of urgency fades. These are signs that the brain is shifting away from emotional overload toward recovery. It no longer needs to keep scanning the past because you are no longer treating the past as a current threat. Nothing from today needs to be solved right now. Nothing needs to be replayed. The person you were this morning has already done enough. The person you will be tomorrow does not need preparation in this moment. What exists now is only this quiet interval where the mind can reset itself. And as the identity of the day gently falls away, what remains is something calmer and more stable than any role you carried. A deeper self that does not rush, does not strain, does not need to prove anything to rest. Here, the brain finally begins to lay down the emotional weight it was never meant to carry through the night. As the emotional weight of the day settles and the mind no longer clings to who it had to be, the body begins to speak in a quieter language, not through pain or urgency, but through subtle signals that were easy to ignore while you were busy holding everything together. Beneath the stillness, there are places that never truly relaxed. Muscles that stayed half-tight, breath that never reached full depth, areas of the body quietly bracing long after the reason disappeared. There is a kind of tension that becomes invisible because it has been there for so long. The jaw that presses without you noticing, the shoulders that hover slightly lifted as if waiting for impact, the stomach that remains guarded even when nothing is wrong. This is not dramatic tension. It is micro-tension, small contractions stored in muscles and connective tissue shaped by years of stress, responsibility, and unspoken emotion. The body learns to hold these patterns as a form of protection, like armor that was never taken off. Most people try to relax by forcing the body to be still, but stillness is not the same as release. True release begins with awareness. When attention moves gently through the body, areas that were numb begin to reappear. You may notice warmth, heaviness, tingling, or the simple realization that a muscle was clenched without permission. This is not something to fix. It is something to witness. The moment you become aware of tension, the nervous system receives permission to soften it. Fascia, the web of connective tissue surrounding muscles, stores experiences the mind has long forgotten. It adapts to repeated stress by tightening, creating a background level of stiffness that feels normal only because it is familiar. When awareness reaches these places, it is like turning on a light in a room that has been closed for years. Nothing dramatic happens, but space returns. Circulation improves. Signals of safety travel through the body instead of signals of defense. You may begin to sense how the body mirrors the life you have lived. The neck holding unspoken words, the chest guarding old hurts, the hips carrying the pressure of constant movement. There is no need to analyze why these places tightened. The Stoics taught that peace comes not from dissecting every cause, but from returning to what is present. Right now, what is present is the opportunity to loosen what has been held too long. Start by allowing gravity to do the work you have been doing alone. Feel the weight of your body supported by the surface beneath you. Notice how different parts make contact. The back of the head, the shoulders, the hips, the legs. Each point of contact is an invitation to stop holding yourself up. You do not need to brace against the world in this moment. The ground is carrying you. As attention moves slowly downward, you may find areas that resist softening. This is natural. The body does not release on command. It releases when it trusts. Stay with the sensation without trying to change it. Often, tension dissolves not because you forced it, but because you stopped fighting it. The breath will begin to reach deeper places on its own, expanding areas that were restricted, gently stretching the fascia from the inside. Small releases may follow, a subtle drop in the shoulders, a loosening of the brow, the tongue resting away from the roof of the mouth. These changes seem minor, but they signal a shift from vigilance to recovery. When enough micro-tension dissolves, the nervous system recalibrates. Heart rate slows, stress hormones decrease. The body moves closer to the state where healing and restoration occur naturally. This practice also teaches something deeper. Tension was never your identity. It was a response that stayed too long. The body is not meant to live in constant readiness. It is meant to cycle between effort and rest, engagement and ease. By noticing what you no longer need to hold, you return to that natural rhythm. You may feel a spreading heaviness, not as fatigue, but as permission to stop resisting gravity. Warmth may replace the tight, cool sensation of guarded muscles. Breathing becomes quieter, almost as if the body is sighing without sound. These are signs that layers of protection are dissolving. Nothing here requires perfection. Even partial awareness begins the repair process. Over time, the body learns that it no longer needs to store tension as a habit. It starts to choose softness when there is no threat, conserving energy instead of burning it on unnecessary defense. And as invisible tension becomes visible and then gently fades, you discover how much effort was being spent on holding patterns that were never meant to be permanent. Beneath them is a calmer body, one that remembers how to rest without permission, how to exist without bracing, how to return to ease simply because it is allowed to. Here, the nervous system receives a message it has been waiting for. Nothing is pressing against you anymore. Nothing needs to be held together. So the body lets go, quietly, one hidden place at a time. As the body releases layers of tension it carried without permission, the mind begins to reveal its own habit of holding on. Not to muscles or posture this time, but to open loops. Conversations that did not end cleanly. Tasks still waiting. Questions without answers. Even in the quiet of night, these unfinished pieces line up like voices asking for attention. They create the feeling that rest must wait until everything is resolved. There is a quiet pressure many people feel before sleep. The sense that you should use this time to figure things out, to replay decisions, plan responses, prepare for every possibility tomorrow might bring. It feels responsible, even necessary. But the brain was never designed to solve life in the dark while exhausted. What it actually needs is permission to pause without losing control. The Stoics practiced a simple ritual at night. They acknowledged what remained unfinished without trying to force completion. They understood that some problems mature only with time, distance, or rest. Trying to solve them while depleted is like trying to read in fading light. You strain harder, but clarity does not come. Accepting unfinished problems is not avoidance. It is wisdom about timing. When you lie down, the mind may still reach for those unresolved pieces as if they are fragile objects that will disappear if you stop holding them. But nothing important is lost by resting. In fact, many solutions emerge only after the mind has stepped away. The brain processes information during sleep in ways it cannot during conscious effort. By releasing the need to solve everything tonight, you allow deeper intelligence to work without interference. Unfinished problems often feel urgent because the nervous system mistakes uncertainty for danger. It wants closure so it can relax. But life does not always offer immediate closure. Learning to sit with the unknown is a form of strength the Stoics valued deeply. They believed peace comes from focusing on what can be done now and accepting what cannot. At night, what can be done now is simple: rest. You can acknowledge the open loops without diving into them. A quiet mental note that says, "This will be there tomorrow, and tomorrow will have more energy to face it." This small act signals to the brain that vigilance is no longer required. Gradually, the urge to keep analyzing weakens. Some problems feel too important to release, especially those tied to responsibility or fear of consequences. But carrying them into sleep does not protect you. It only drains the energy needed to face them well. A rested mind sees clearly. An exhausted mind magnifies threats and overlooks simple solutions. By setting problems down, you are not neglecting them. You are preparing yourself to meet them with steadiness instead of strain. There is also relief in accepting that not everything has to be solved by you alone. Life moves through many forces beyond personal control: time, other people's choices, circumstances you cannot predict. Letting go tonight is an acknowledgement of that truth. You do your part when it is time to act, and you release it when it is time to recover. As you rest, notice how the mind tries to pull you back into planning. Gently return to the present sensation of lying here, the quiet, the darkness, the slowing breath. Each return weakens the habit of compulsive problem-solving. The brain begins to understand that safety does not depend on constant mental activity. This ritual becomes easier with repetition. Night after night, the nervous system learns that sleep is not abandonment of responsibility, but renewal of strength. The mind stops resisting the transition because it trusts that unfinished things will be handled when the time is right. You may sense a softening inside the chest, as if a weight you did not know you were carrying has been set down. The forehead smooths. Thoughts space out instead of clustering. These are signs that the brain is leaving analysis mode and entering restoration mode. Nothing from today requires a final answer right now. Nothing needs to be perfected before you can rest. The day has already ended, whether your mind accepts it or not. Accepting unfinished problems is simply aligning your thoughts with reality. Tonight, allow the questions to remain unanswered. Allow the plans to remain unwritten. Allow the future to exist without being rehearsed. And in that acceptance, the mind finally stops pacing in circles and begins to drift toward the stillness it has been postponing all evening. As unfinished problems are gently set aside and the mind begins to trust that not everything must be solved tonight, another habit quietly reveals itself. Even without the past pulling at you, the future can step in to take its place. Plans, possibilities, imagined conversations, scenarios that have not happened yet, but already feel real inside the body. The mind moves ahead of time, as if trying to prevent pain before it arrives. There is a subtle tension that comes from rehearsing tomorrow while lying in the dark. You may notice the body tightening as if preparing for something that is not actually present. The brain runs simulations, searching for the safest outcome, replaying how you should respond, what you should say, what could go wrong. It believes that if it prepares enough, it can remove uncertainty. But uncertainty is part of being alive, and rehearsing it does not reduce it. It multiplies it. The Stoics warned about this habit long before modern psychology gave it a name. They understood that suffering often comes not from events themselves, but from the anticipation of them. The mind creates shadows and then reacts as if they are real threats. At night, when there are no distractions, these imagined futures can feel even more convincing. The nervous system responds with the same alertness it would show to an actual danger. Breaking this loop begins with recognizing that tomorrow does not exist right now. It is a concept, not a reality. Your body is here, in a safe place, supported, breathing. When the mind drifts into rehearsal, gently bring it back to what is physically present. The sensation of the bed beneath you, the quiet of the room, the rhythm of air moving in and out. These signals remind the nervous system that no immediate action is required. Anticipatory anxiety often disguises itself as responsibility. It tells you that worrying is useful, that thinking through every possibility will protect you. But worry does not prevent difficulty. It only extends its emotional impact. You end up experiencing the same stress multiple times, once in imagination and again when the moment actually arrives. The Stoic approach was to meet events when they come, not before. Strength is applied in real time, not spent in advance. You can allow tomorrow to remain unvisited tonight. There is nothing you need to practice in the dark. Conversations will unfold in their own way. Challenges will reveal their shape only when they arrive. Trusting this reduces the pressure to mentally control what cannot be controlled yet. When you notice the mind jumping ahead, do not fight it harshly. Resistance creates more tension. Instead, acknowledge the thought and let it pass without engagement, like watching a train move through a station without boarding it. Each time you refuse to rehearse, you weaken the habit of anticipation. Over time, the brain learns that the future does not need constant monitoring. It stops scanning for danger in moments meant for recovery. Breathing deepens, heart rate slows, muscles soften further. The shift is gradual but unmistakable, from readiness to rest, from prediction to presence. There is also freedom in realizing that you do not have to carry tomorrow tonight. The hours ahead belong to rest, not preparation. By stepping out of imagined futures, you return to the only place where repair can happen, this quiet moment. Nothing you think about right now will change the fact that tomorrow will come when it comes. What you can change is the state in which you meet it. A calm, restored nervous system responds with clarity instead of fear. Letting go of rehearsal is not neglecting the future, it is strengthening yourself for it. As the mind stops projecting forward, the space inside grows quieter. Thoughts lose urgency. The body no longer braces for invisible threats. You may feel a gentle heaviness spreading, not as fatigue, but as permission to sink deeper into stillness. Tonight, there is nowhere to go and nothing to prepare for. Tomorrow can wait beyond the horizon of sleep. The mind does not need to patrol it. And, as the habit of rehearsal fades, the path toward deep, uninterrupted rest opens naturally, as if it had been there all along, simply hidden behind the noise of imagined dangers. As the mind releases its grip on tomorrow and stops scanning the horizon for problems that are not here, another layer of exhaustion becomes easier to notice. Not the tiredness that comes from physical effort, but the heat that builds from carrying emotions all day without a place to set them down. Irritation held behind polite words, pressure absorbed in silence, moments that stirred anger, fear, or disappointment, but never had space to cool. By night, the inner world can feel overheated, as if the nervous system has been running at high speed for too many hours. Emotional overheating does not always look dramatic. It can appear as restlessness, shallow breathing, a pulse that refuses to slow, or a sense that the mind cannot fully settle even when the body is still. This is the sympathetic nervous system staying active, still prepared to react, still holding the memory of stress as if it were happening now. The body does not distinguish between a past emotion and a present threat if the feeling has not been processed. The Stoics approached emotions differently than most people assume. They did not try to suppress them or pretend they did not exist. Instead, they practiced stepping back far enough to see emotions as temporary waves rather than permanent states. Detachment was not coldness, it was perspective. When you observe a feeling without becoming consumed by it, the intensity naturally decreases. The nervous system receives the signal that the storm is passing. Tonight, detachment can act like cool air moving through a heated room. You are not pushing feelings away, only creating space around them. Notice what remains from the day without diving into the stories behind it. A tightness in the chest, a lingering frustration, a quiet sadness. Let these sensations exist without trying to solve or justify them. Emotions often fade faster when they are allowed instead of resisted. Breathing changes as detachment deepens. Without effort, it becomes slower, reaching the lower parts of the lungs that signal safety to the brain. This shift activates the parasympathetic system, the body's natural cooling mechanism. Heart rate eases, blood pressure lowers, muscles stop preparing for action. You may feel a spreading calm that does not come from thinking differently, but from no longer fueling the emotional charge. Heat in the body often gathers in predictable places: the face, the neck, the chest, the stomach. As awareness moves gently through these areas, imagine nothing, only sense the temperature softening. Warmth giving way to neutrality. The body releasing stored adrenaline that no longer serves a purpose. This is not something you force. It is something you allow by not reigniting the emotions that created it. Detachment also frees you from replaying moments that intensified your reactions, the conversation that kept echoing, the look someone gave you, the outcome you did not expect. Each replay stokes the internal heat again. Let those scenes fade into the background like distant noise that no longer requires attention. They belong to a day that has already closed. There is wisdom in recognizing that emotions are responses, not identities. You are not the anger, not the stress, not the disappointment. You are the awareness that notices them. From that place, they lose the power to keep the nervous system activated. The body begins to trust that it does not need to stay on alert. As cooling spreads, you may feel a subtle heaviness, as if the inner pressure is dissolving. The forehead smooths, the jaw unclenches, the shoulders settle deeper into the surface beneath you. Even the space behind the eyes becomes quieter. These are signs that the sympathetic drive is receding and recovery is beginning. Nothing from today requires emotional intensity right now. The events have passed. The reactions can pass too. Let the inner temperature return to neutral, where clarity lives and healing happens. Tonight is not about erasing what you felt, but about allowing those feelings to complete their cycle and leave the body in peace. The nervous system has been waiting for this signal, that it can stand down, cool off, and restore balance without being pulled back into the heat. And as the inner world returns to calm, sleep no longer feels like something to chase. It begins to arrive on its own, drawn to the quiet space where agitation once lived, settling in gently like night air after a long, hot day. As the inner heat cools and the body no longer feels pushed by the emotions of the day, a quieter challenge often appears. The thoughts themselves. Not loud, not urgent, just persistent enough to keep the surface of the mind moving. Many people believe restlessness comes from having too many thoughts, but often it comes from the struggle against them, the effort to push them away, to silence them, to force the mind into stillness before it is ready. There is a subtle tension in trying to control what the mind produces. Each time a thought appears and you resist it, the nervous system interprets that resistance as a sign that something is wrong. Alertness rises instead of falling. The mind becomes more active, not less, because it senses conflict. What was meant to create calm ends up maintaining arousal. The Stoics understood that peace comes not from eliminating thoughts, but from changing your relationship to them. They practiced observing without attachment, allowing mental activity to pass like weather across the sky. A thought did not need to be answered, judged, or pushed aside. It could exist briefly and fade on its own, the way a sound fades when no one reacts to it. Nighttime restlessness often comes from the belief that you must reach a blank state before sleep can happen. But sleep does not require an empty mind. It requires a relaxed one. When you stop demanding silence, the pressure dissolves. Thoughts lose their urgency because they are no longer treated as obstacles. You may notice how a single thought can trigger a chain reaction when you engage with it. One memory leads to another. One worry connects to 10 more. Non-resistance interrupts this chain by refusing to follow. The thought appears, you recognize it, and you let it continue drifting without stepping into the story. This simple shift prevents the mind from building momentum. There is relief in realizing that you do not have to win a battle against your own mind. Fighting thoughts is like struggling in water. The more force you use, the less stable you feel. Floating requires less effort. When you allow thoughts to rise and fall without interference, the nervous system stops preparing for conflict. Muscles loosen, breathing steadies. The body senses that nothing needs to be defended. Some thoughts may return repeatedly, especially those tied to emotion or habit. Their repetition does not mean failure. It simply reflects patterns the brain has practiced for years. Each time you allow them without reaction, you weaken the pattern. Over time, the mind learns that it does not need to repeat them as loudly to be heard. You can shift attention gently to neutral sensations, the feeling of the air, the weight of the body, the quiet rhythm of breathing, not as a distraction, but as an anchor. Thoughts continue in the background, but they lose their central position. Awareness rests somewhere calmer, somewhere steady. This practice also removes the fear of being awake. Many people become anxious about not falling asleep quickly, which creates another layer of tension. When you stop resisting wakefulness itself, the urgency fades. The body relaxes because it no longer feels pressured to perform. Sleep often arrives when it is no longer being chased. There is a deeper trust growing here. Trust that the mind can settle on its own when not provoked. Trust that rest does not depend on perfect silence. Trust that awareness can remain calm even while thoughts move through it. As non-resistance deepens, the space between thoughts widens naturally. Not because you forced them to stop, but because you stopped feeding them energy. The mind becomes quieter in the way a room quiets after people stop talking, not instantly but gradually, gently, without effort. You may feel yourself drifting between awareness and softness, as if the edges of thinking are dissolving. The body grows heavier, the breath slower, the need to monitor anything disappears. This is the nervous system lowering its guard, recognizing that there is no internal struggle left to manage. Nothing needs to be solved. Nothing needs to be stopped. Thoughts can come and go without permission. And in that absence of resistance, restlessness loses its fuel, leaving behind a calm so natural it feels as though it was there all along, simply hidden beneath the effort to control what never needed controlling in the first place. As the struggle against your own thoughts softens and the mind no longer feels like something to control, a deeper layer of tension often begins to surface. Not from tasks, not from plans, but from people. The conversations that required restraint. The moments you swallowed your true reaction. the times you stayed polite while something inside tightened. Human interactions leave traces in the body long after the words disappear. Social tension rarely announces itself clearly. It hides in small contractions, a stiff neck after holding composure, a heavy chest after feeling misunderstood, a knot in the stomach after sensing conflict, even if nothing was said aloud. The nervous system is designed to scan other people constantly, reading tone, expression, and posture for signs of safety or threat. When something feels off, the body prepares to defend or withdraw, even if you continue smiling on the surface. Throughout the day, you may have adjusted yourself to fit expectations, matching energy you did not feel, holding back opinions to keep peace, absorbing stress that was never yours. These adjustments are useful in the moment, but they leave residue. The body keeps the tension because it never received a signal that the interaction is over. Night becomes the first quiet space where that stored energy can be released, if you allow it. The Stoics practiced emotional independence in social life. They recognized that other people's moods, judgments, and behaviors were outside their control. Carrying those reactions beyond the moment only extended their influence. Detachment allowed them to return to themselves instead of replaying interactions in search of approval or resolution. Tonight, you can let those exchanges dissolve. You do not need to rehearse what you should have said or predict what someone else is thinking now. Their opinions are not present here. Their expectations are not in this room. The nervous system can stand down because the social environment that required vigilance is no longer around you. You may notice specific sensations as awareness moves inward, a tightening around the throat where words stayed unspoken, a pressure behind the eyes from maintaining composure, a subtle clenching in the hands from resisting the urge to react. These are not problems to solve. They are signals that the body is releasing stored responses now that it feels safe. Breathing naturally deepens as this tension unwinds. The chest expands more fully, no longer constrained by the need to appear calm. Shoulders drop as if the invisible weight of others' expectations is sliding off. Even the face softens when it no longer has to hold a certain expression. There is relief in remembering that you do not have to carry every interaction into tomorrow. People's perceptions change, situations resolve. Some misunderstandings never needed your energy in the first place. Letting go is not indifference. It is reclaiming space inside yourself. Social stress often lingers because humans are wired for connection. We want harmony, acceptance, belonging. When something disrupts that, the body holds onto it, searching for closure. But closure does not always come through more thinking. Sometimes it comes through distance, through rest, through allowing the nervous system to reset without interference. As you lie here, let the faces, voices, and scenes from the day drift further away, not pushing them out, simply letting them fade as attention returns to the present. The quiet, the darkness, the steady rhythm of breath. These are signals of safety, stronger than any memory of tension. You may feel warmth spreading where tightness once lived, or a gentle heaviness as muscles finally release their guard. This is the body recognizing that it is no longer in a social arena. No one is evaluating you. No one is demanding a response. You are free to exist without adjusting yourself to anyone else. Nothing from those interactions needs to be resolved tonight. The body understands when the moment has passed, even if the mind tries to keep it alive. Allow that understanding to deepen. And as the subtle stress of human contact dissolves, a quieter form of solitude emerges, not loneliness, but relief. the kind that comes when you return fully to yourself after a day of navigating others. Here, the nervous system resets its sense of safety, learning again that peace does not depend on managing everyone around you. It begins to rest in the simple truth that right now, nothing is required, nothing is expected, and nothing needs to be performed. So the body releases what it was holding for the world and settles back into the calm that was always waiting underneath. As the weight of social tension lifts and the body no longer feels watched or measured by the presence of others, a quieter pressure often remains. Not from people themselves, but from the habit of performing for an invisible audience. The sense that you must stay sharp, productive, composed, even when no one is asking anything of you. This mode becomes so familiar that the brain forgets how to switch it off when the day ends. Performance mode is not only about work or achievement, it is the constant monitoring of how you appear, how you respond, how you measure up. The mind keeps checking for mistakes, replaying actions, scanning for ways to improve or protect your image. It treats every moment as if it were still part of an evaluation. Even in bed, the brain may continue reviewing the day like a report that has not yet been submitted. The nervous system stays alert under this pressure. Muscles remain slightly engaged, breathing shallow, thoughts organized around control and readiness. It is not true danger, but the anticipation of judgment, the feeling that rest must be earned after everything is done perfectly. This is why exhaustion alone does not always lead to sleep. The body is tired, but the brain is still on stage. The Stoics understood that peace requires stepping out of the arena entirely. They practiced separating their worth from external approval. What mattered was inner character, not constant validation. At night, this philosophy becomes a form of recovery. You are no longer required to perform competence, strength, or control. The day's roles have ended, even if the mind has not yet accepted it. Teaching the brain to exit performance mode begins with a simple recognition. Nothing is being graded right now. No one is watching how well you fall asleep, how efficiently you relax, or whether you solved every problem. The space you are in does not demand excellence. It invites surrender. You can feel this shift physically. The posture softens when it no longer needs to look capable. The jaw unclenches when it no longer needs to hold authority. The eyes rest when they no longer scan for feedback. These small releases tell the nervous system that the evaluation period is over. There may be a lingering urge to mentally rehearse tomorrow's tasks, to prepare your best responses, to stay ahead. This is the performance mind trying to maintain control. Gently remind it that preparation happens during waking hours, not in the quiet meant for restoration. The most useful thing you can do for tomorrow is to allow full recovery tonight. The brain begins to trust this new boundary with repetition. Night becomes associated with privacy instead of pressure, a place where identity loosens and effort dissolves. Over time, the transition from activity to rest becomes smoother because the mind no longer resists stepping off the stage. There is also freedom in recognizing that your value does not increase by staying alert all night. Rest is not laziness. It is maintenance for the system that allows you to function at all. Even machines require downtime to prevent overheating. The human nervous system is no different. As performance mode fades, you may notice a deeper stillness settling in. Thoughts become less structured, less driven by purpose. The need to organize everything loosens. Breathing slows naturally, reaching deeper parts of the body that were tense under pressure. Nothing needs to be proven here. You do not have to demonstrate strength, competence, or resilience. Those qualities return on their own when the system is restored. For now, the only task is to stop trying. In this quiet, the mind relearns something simple but powerful. You are allowed to exist without being evaluated, without preparing, without improving, just resting as a human body, returning to balance. And as the sense of being watched dissolves completely, the nervous system finally releases its last layer of vigilance, drifting toward a calm that does not come from effort, but from the absence of pressure itself. As the pressure to perform fades and the mind steps out of the arena of judgment, another voice sometimes grows louder in the quiet, the voice that looks backward instead of forward. Moments you wish you had handled differently, words you would take back if you could, opportunities missed, reactions you regret, decisions that linger like unfinished echoes. When everything else slows down, regret can try to fill the space. Regret keeps the nervous system tied to the past as if it were still unfolding. The brain replays scenes in search of a different ending, hoping repetition will somehow change what has already happened. Each replay activates the same emotional response again, keeping stress hormones circulating long after the moment is over. The body does not know the difference between memory and reality when the emotion is strong enough. The Stoics approached regret in a way that protected their peace without denying responsibility. They believed in honest reflection, but only for the purpose of learning, not punishment. Once the lesson was understood, the event was allowed to rest where it belonged, behind them. Carrying regret beyond its usefulness was seen as self-inflicted suffering, a refusal to accept the limits of control over what has already passed. Tonight, you are not here to judge the person you were earlier. You are here to release the weight of replaying it. The past cannot be repaired through rumination. It can only be integrated through acceptance. When you stop trying to rewrite the scene, the brain finally receives permission to close the loop. You may notice how regret often attaches to identity. The thought that one mistake defines who you are, that a single moment outweighs everything else. This magnifies the emotional charge and keeps the mind trapped in repetition. The Stoic perspective gently separates action from self. You did something imperfect, but you are not the imperfection itself. This distinction loosens the grip of shame and allows compassion to enter. As you lie here, allow the images from earlier to soften at the edges, not pushing them away, not pulling them closer, just letting them fade naturally, like a sound that loses clarity as distance increases. Each time you resist the urge to replay, you weaken the cycle that keeps cortisol elevated. Regret also persists because the brain seeks closure. It wants reassurance that the same pain will not happen again. You can offer that reassurance by acknowledging growth. You see the situation differently now, which means you have already changed. The lesson exists. The replay is no longer required. Breathing becomes steadier as the emotional charge decreases. The tightness in the chest loosens, the stomach settles, the subtle agitation begins to dissolve. These are signs that the nervous system is leaving the state of threat and returning to restoration. There is a quiet forgiveness available here, not as a dramatic gesture, but as a gentle release of tension around what cannot be altered. Forgiveness does not excuse what happened. It frees you from carrying it endlessly. It allows the night to be a place of recovery instead of self-judgment. Nothing from today needs to be relived to prove that you care. Your willingness to reflect already shows awareness. Now the most compassionate act is to let yourself rest. As regret dissolves, the mind becomes lighter, less crowded by scenes that no longer serve a purpose. The brain begins shifting into the deeper states where memories are processed without emotional overload, where experiences are stored as information rather than wounds. You are not abandoning responsibility by releasing regret tonight. You are preserving the energy needed to live differently tomorrow. A rested mind responds with wisdom instead of reaction, with clarity instead of fear. So allow the past to return to its place behind you. It no longer needs to walk beside you into sleep. And in that quiet acceptance, the replay finally stops, leaving space for the kind of deep rest that cannot exist while the mind is still trying to rewrite a story that has already ended. As the echoes of regret fade and the past loosens its hold on the present, a deeper realization begins to surface. The body itself may still be waiting for something to go wrong, even in silence, even in darkness, even in a place where nothing is happening. There can be a quiet readiness beneath the calm. Not because danger is here, but because the nervous system has practiced alertness for so long that it no longer remembers how to fully stand down. Safety is not only the absence of threat, it is a signal the body must recognize. When stress has been constant, the brain stops trusting stillness. Quiet feels unfamiliar. Relaxation feels temporary. Muscles stay slightly engaged. Breathing remains shallow. Senses continue scanning as if an alarm might sound at any moment. This is not weakness. It is conditioning. A survival system that did its job too well and never received the message that the crisis ended. The Stoics spoke often about returning to what is within your control and accepting what is not. Hidden inside that philosophy is a powerful form of safety. When the mind stops trying to manage everything outside itself, the body no longer needs to prepare for endless uncertainty. Control narrows to the present moment, and the nervous system receives a boundary it can trust. Tonight, you are teaching the body something it may have forgotten, that nothing is chasing you. Nothing is demanding immediate action. The environment around you is stable, predictable, quiet. You can let your senses rest instead of searching. Feel the support beneath you, steady and unmoving. Notice the temperature of the air, neutral and calm. These simple details send stronger safety signals than any words could. The breath becomes a bridge between mind and body. When it slows naturally, it tells the brain that urgency is gone. There is no need to force it, only to allow it. Each exhale carries tension outward, not dramatically, but gradually, like a tide lowering without effort. The heart follows this rhythm, easing into a pace that belongs to rest rather than readiness. You may sense places that still hesitate to soften, areas that feel guarded for no clear reason. Stay with them gently. The nervous system learns through repetition, through patience, through consistent signals that safety is real and not temporary. Over time, those guarded places begin to trust the quiet. Safety also returns when the mind stops predicting harm. You do not need to anticipate what might disturb this calm. You do not need to keep watch. The night is not a threat, it is a shelter. Letting this truth sink in allows deeper layers of tension to release, layers that thinking alone could never reach. There is relief in realizing that you do not have to earn safety. It is not a reward for solving everything or controlling everything. It exists whenever the conditions are calm and you allow yourself to feel it. The Stoics believed peace was available in any moment when you align with reality instead of resisting it. Right now, reality is quiet, stable, safe. As the body absorbs these signals, subtle changes appear. The stomach loosens. The hands rest without gripping. The face softens as if a mask has been removed. Even the mind begins to drift, because it no longer feels responsible for guarding the night. Nothing is required of you here. No vigilance, no preparation, no defense. The world continues without needing your constant attention. Trusting this allows the nervous system to step out of survival mode and into repair mode, where healing processes finally take priority. You may feel a gentle heaviness spreading, not as fatigue, but as relief. The kind that comes when a long watch finally ends and someone tells you that you can sleep. This is the body recognizing that the danger it prepared for is not coming. And as safety settles in, the mind no longer needs to hover at the edge of awareness. It can sink slowly and naturally into the deeper layers of rest it has been postponing. Here, the nervous system remembers something ancient and simple. When there is no threat, there is nothing to hold together. So it releases, and in that release, true recovery begins. As the body begins to remember what safety feels like, and the nervous system loosens its grip on constant alertness, there can still be a quiet habit that refuses to fully step back. The urge to keep monitoring. Checking the room with your senses, tracking every sound, noticing every shift in the body, as if relaxation itself needs supervision. Even in stillness, part of the mind may remain on watch, waiting for a signal that something requires attention. Hypervigilance is not always loud. It often appears as subtle scanning, listening for footsteps, reacting to distant noise, noticing the smallest discomfort, and interpreting it as a problem to solve. This pattern develops when the brain learns that being alert prevented harm in the past. It begins to believe that letting the guard down completely is risky, even when no threat is present. While lying down, this monitoring can intensify because there are fewer distractions. The senses become sharper, the mind searches for something to focus on, and the body stays prepared to react. Instead of drifting toward rest, attention circles outward, trying to manage an environment that does not need managing. The Stoics practiced trusting the present moment rather than anticipating disruption. They understood that vigilance is useful only when action is possible. At night, action is not required. You are not responsible for controlling everything that might happen while you sleep. The world does not depend on your awareness remaining active. Letting go of monitoring begins with allowing the senses to relax their reach. You do not need to follow every sound or interpret every sensation. Sounds can exist without meaning. Sensations can rise and fall without analysis. The mind can step back from its role as overseer and return to simple presence. Notice how the body responds when you stop scanning. The eyes settle deeper behind closed lids. The forehead smooths. Breathing becomes more even because it is no longer interrupted by sudden attention shifts. These are signals that the nervous system is moving away from surveillance mode and toward recovery. There may be a lingering fear that if you stop paying attention, something will be missed. But sleep itself requires a degree of trust. The body has built-in systems that wake you if true danger appears. You do not have to stay half awake to protect yourself. Letting go is not neglect. It is allowing natural protection mechanisms to take over. You can gently redirect awareness inward, not to monitor the body, but to rest in it. The sensation of weight supported, the warmth of stillness, the quiet rhythm of breath. These anchors require no effort, no interpretation. They simply exist, inviting the mind to settle instead of search. Over time, the brain relearns that constant vigilance is not necessary in safe conditions. The baseline level of alertness lowers. Muscles stop bracing. The subtle tension behind the ears and along the spine fades. Even the heartbeat feels less urgent, no longer preparing for movement. There is relief in realizing that nothing needs your supervision right now. You are allowed to drift without tracking every detail. The environment will continue whether you watch it or not. The body will continue its processes without instruction. As monitoring fades, a deeper quiet becomes possible. Not the fragile quiet that breaks with every sound, but a stable calm that remains even when small disturbances occur. The nervous system learns that peace does not depend on perfect silence or control. You may feel yourself sinking further into the surface beneath you, as if gravity has become gentler. The mind loosens its hold on the outer world and turns inward toward rest. Awareness softens at the edges, no longer sharp and searching. Nothing is about to happen that requires your readiness. Nothing is waiting for your reaction. The night is simply unfolding, steady and uneventful. And, as the habit of monitoring dissolves, the final layer of vigilance slips away, leaving behind a state where the body can finally surrender to sleep without keeping one eye open, trusting that it is safe to let go completely. As the need to monitor every detail fades and the mind no longer feels responsible for guarding the night, a subtler form of activity can still linger beneath the surface. Not thoughts this time, not tension, but emotional charge. A quiet undercurrent that keeps the inner world slightly stirred, even when everything else has slowed down. Feelings that are not intense enough to demand attention, yet not calm enough to disappear on their own. The limbic system, the emotional center of the brain, responds to these charges as if they were signals to stay alert. It does not analyze whether the emotion is useful or outdated. It only senses activation. When emotions remain amplified, excitement, frustration, anticipation, lingering sadness, the body stays partially engaged. Sleep becomes shallow because the system is still processing intensity instead of moving into restoration. The Stoics practiced something they called equanimity, a steady state where emotions could be felt without taking control. They did not aim to become cold or detached from life, but balanced enough that feelings no longer dictated their inner stability. Emotional neutrality is not numbness, it is calm responsiveness. A middle ground where nothing needs to be pushed away and nothing needs to be amplified. Tonight, neutrality acts like still water after waves have passed. You are not trying to eliminate emotion, only allowing it to settle to its natural level. Notice any remaining feelings without attaching stories to them. A faint restlessness, a trace of concern, a quiet excitement about tomorrow. When you stop feeding them with interpretation, they begin to lose their intensity. Breathing becomes an ally here. As it deepens, signals travel to the limbic system that the environment is safe and stable. The emotional centers receive information from the body, not just the mind. A slow, even breath communicates calm more effectively than any reassurance you could think. Emotional charge often persists because the brain seeks resolution. It wants to know that things are settled. You can provide that signal by allowing yourself to feel neutral toward what cannot be changed tonight. Neither pushing away nor holding on, simply resting in the space between reaction and indifference. You may notice a cooling sensation inside, as if the emotional temperature is lowering to a comfortable level. The chest loosens, the stomach softens, the subtle agitation behind the eyes fades. These are signs that the limbic system is quieting, stepping out of its role as alarm center and allowing the deeper brain regions responsible for sleep to take over. Neutrality also removes the urgency to evaluate every feeling. You do not need to decide whether something matters right now. Importance can wait for daylight. In this moment, your only task is to remain steady, like a calm observer watching the inner world settle on its own. There is peace in realizing that emotional balance does not require effort once resistance stops. Feelings naturally move toward equilibrium when they are not disturbed. The mind becomes clearer, less crowded by reactions. The body follows, releasing the last traces of readiness that blocked deeper rest. Nothing demands a strong response tonight. Nothing requires excitement, fear, or analysis. The emotional system can step back from its constant work of interpretation and allow silence to fill the space. As neutrality deepens, the boundary between waking and sleep softens. Thoughts grow quieter, sensations blur gently. Awareness loosens its focus. The limbic system, no longer activated, allows the brain to descend into the states where true repair happens. You are not suppressing emotion. You are allowing it to return to baseline. A calm center where nothing pulls too strongly in any direction. And in that balanced stillness, the final barriers to deep sleep dissolve, leaving only a quiet openness where the body can drift fully into rest, unburdened by the emotional currents that once kept it awake. As emotional currents settle into neutrality and the inner world no longer pulls you in different directions, the body begins to move toward a deeper form of rest. A natural heaviness may start to spread, first in the limbs, then through the torso, as if gravity itself has become more noticeable. For many people, this sensation can feel unfamiliar, even uncomfortable. The mind has been trained to associate alertness with strength and relaxation with vulnerability. All day, the body was asked to stay upright, responsive, ready to act at a moment's notice. Tension became a form of stability. Muscles stayed engaged so you could move quickly, speak clearly, hold yourself together. When that engagement finally fades, the contrast can feel like weakness, as if something important is slipping away. But what is happening is not loss of strength. It is the release of effort that is no longer needed. The Stoics valued resilience, but they also understood that endurance requires recovery. A warrior who never rests loses the ability to fight. A mind that never relaxes loses clarity. They saw rest as preparation, not surrender. Allowing the body to feel heavy was not a sign of defeat, but evidence that the system trusted the moment enough to stop bracing. Tonight, heaviness is a signal of safety. The muscles are no longer preparing for sudden movement. The spine no longer needs to hold you upright. The hands no longer need to grip. You can let the weight of your body be fully supported, without adjusting, without resisting. This is not collapse. It is restoration. You may notice that the heavier the body feels, the quieter the mind becomes. Movement requires energy, and when the urge to move fades, mental activity often follows. The nervous system shifts into a state where repair takes priority over action. Circulation slows to a pace suited for healing. Breathing deepens without instruction. Even the brain begins to drift towards slower rhythms. There can be a subtle fear of letting go completely, as if staying slightly tense keeps you in control. But control is not needed here. The environment is stable. The moment is safe. Nothing demands readiness. Allowing heaviness is a form of trust. Trust that you can release effort without losing yourself. If parts of the body still resist, that resistance does not need to be forced away. Simply notice the contrast between tension and softness. Often, awareness alone invites release. A shoulder settles a little deeper. The jaw loosens. The legs rest without holding themselves in place. Each small shift reinforces the message that relaxation is not dangerous. Heaviness also grounds awareness in the physical world. Instead of floating in thoughts or concerns, you feel anchored by the simple presence of your body, supported, stable, unmoving. This grounding calms the nervous system because it removes the need to orient toward action or escape. Strength is often misunderstood as constant effort. In truth, strength includes the ability to recover fully, to restore energy rather than spend it endlessly. A body that can relax deeply can act more effectively when needed. A mind that can release tension can focus more clearly when it matters. As you allow this weight to spread, you may feel as if you are sinking gently, not downward into discomfort, but inward into calm. The boundary between body and surface softens. Breathing becomes almost effortless, as though the body is being breathed rather than doing the breathing. Nothing is being lost by letting go. On the contrary, energy is being returned to systems that repair, rebuild, and restore balance. The heaviness is temporary, but the recovery it enables reaches deeper layers that constant alertness could never touch. You do not have to hold yourself together tonight. Gravity is doing that for you. The ground is steady. The moment is quiet. The need for strength through tension has passed. And as the body fully accepts its weight without interpreting it as weakness, a deeper calm settles in, one that prepares the mind and nervous system to drift naturally toward the kind of sleep that renews rather than merely pauses the day. As the body settles into its natural weight and no longer feels the need to hold itself together, the mind may try one final way to stay active. Not through worry, not through planning, but through storytelling, quietly replaying the day as if it were a film that needs commentary, explaining what happened, why it happened, what it meant, what could have been different. The narrator inside keeps speaking even when there is nothing left to say. This habit forms because the brain wants coherence. It tries to organize experiences into a clear story so it can feel in control of them. But constant narration keeps the mind engaged long after the day has ended. Instead of drifting into rest, awareness stays tethered to language, replaying scenes and adding interpretation. The nervous system hears this activity as unfinished business and remains partially alert. The Stoics practiced observing events without attaching unnecessary meaning to them. They focused on facts rather than commentary, on what occurred rather than the endless interpretations that could follow. By removing the extra layers of narrative, they allowed experiences to settle naturally instead of inflaming them through analysis. Tonight, you can let the day exist without explanation. Nothing requires a summary. No final report needs to be written. The events have already happened, whether you describe them or not. Silence around them allows the brain to process without interference, the way the body heals best when it is not constantly disturbed. Notice how the storyteller tries to pull you back into language, rehearsing conversations, composing future responses, judging how things went. You do not need to silence this voice forcefully. Simply stop engaging with it. Let the words fade into background noise, like distant chatter that no longer concerns you. As narration decreases, awareness shifts from verbal thinking to simple sensation. The feeling of breath moving, the weight of the body, the quiet of the room. These experiences require no explanation. They anchor you in the present, where the nervous system can finally relax. Language keeps the brain active because it involves multiple regions working together. When you step away from words, those regions quiet down, allowing slower brain rhythms to emerge. This transition is essential for deep sleep, where restoration happens without conscious control. You may sense a widening of mental space, as if the mind is no longer crowded by commentary. Thoughts become less structured, more fluid, eventually dissolving into silence. Not forced silence, but the natural quiet that appears when the storyteller has nothing left to narrate. There is freedom in realizing that you do not have to understand everything before you can rest. Meaning can wait for tomorrow. Insight often arrives after sleep, not before it. By releasing the need to narrate, you allow deeper intelligence to sort through the day on its own. The body responds quickly to this shift. Muscles loosen further, breathing steadies, the subtle tension behind the eyes fades. Without the constant stream of words, the nervous system recognizes that the cycle of activity is ending. Nothing from today needs to be explained right now. Nothing needs interpretation. The day can simply dissolve into memory without resistance. As you rest in this wordless space, you may feel as though awareness is softening at the edges, no longer sharp and analytical. The mind stops reaching for structure and begins to drift naturally toward stillness. Here, without the storyteller directing attention, there is only quiet presence. A calm that does not depend on understanding, only on allowing. And in that quiet, the day finally releases its hold completely, leaving the mind free to slip into the deep, restorative sleep that waits beyond the last fading echo of thought. As the inner storyteller fades and the mind no longer feels compelled to explain or summarize what has already passed, a quiet space opens between you and the day you lived. In that space, something important becomes possible. Distance. Not distance from responsibility, but distance from the constant access stress once had to your attention. Without realizing it, many people remain emotionally on call long after sunset, as if the demands of the day still have permission to reach them at any moment. Stress lingers when the mind keeps the door open. Notifications checked one last time. Conversations replayed in case they continue tomorrow. A subtle readiness to respond if something new appears. The nervous system does not know that the workday has ended or that the social world has gone quiet. It only knows that the boundary was never clearly drawn. The Stoics believed in withdrawing into an inner refuge each evening, a place where the outside world could no longer intrude. They saw this not as isolation, but as preservation. Just as cities close their gates at night to protect what is inside, the mind can close its gates to protect its peace. What was urgent during the day does not need immediate access now. Becoming unreachable to stress begins with a simple recognition. Nothing from today has the authority to follow you into rest unless you allow it. Problems will still exist tomorrow. Messages can wait. Expectations pause whether you think about them or not. The night is not a continuation of the day. It is a separate territory meant for recovery. You may feel how this boundary changes the body. The shoulders settle because they no longer brace for interruption. The breath deepens because urgency has been dismissed. Even the heartbeat softens when the nervous system understands that vigilance is no longer required. There can be discomfort at first, a feeling of stepping away from something unfinished. This discomfort is only habit. The brain has grown used to constant engagement, constant availability, but peace requires a period where nothing is demanded of you. By stepping out of reach, you remind the system that rest is not abandonment, but maintenance. Psychological boundaries are not built through force. They are built through repetition. Each night you choose not to mentally reopen the day, the brain learns that this time is protected. Over time, the transition becomes automatic. Sunset itself begins to signal release rather than continuation. You can imagine the day gently closing like a book that no longer needs to be read tonight. The pages are still there, the story is not lost, but the act of reading pauses. This pause allows the mind to recover from constant input, to return to a quieter state where restoration becomes possible. Nothing requires your response right now. No decision must be made, no problem must be solved. The world continues without your supervision. Trusting this truth dissolves the invisible pressure to stay connected to stress. As the boundary strengthens, a sense of calm independence appears. You are no longer pulled by every unresolved detail. The mind rests in its own space, protected from the noise that once filled it. The nervous system recognizes this as safety, as a signal that it can shift from action to repair. You may notice a gentle stillness spreading, a calm that feels different from the quiet before. This quiet is deliberate, created by choosing distance rather than waiting for exhaustion. It has stability because it is supported by a clear boundary. Tonight, you are unreachable to the day. Its urgency has expired. Its demands have no access here. And within that protected space, the body and mind finally begin the deeper work of renewal, free from the pull of stress that once followed you everywhere, now left outside where it belongs until morning returns. As the gates close on the day and stress no longer has permission to follow you into the night, a deeper shift becomes possible. Not just distance from responsibilities, but freedom from the feeling that you must remain ready at all times. Many people carry an invisible sense of duty long after everything has gone quiet, as if rest itself must be earned or justified. The body lies down, but part of the mind stays standing, waiting for a call that never comes. This always-on-duty state forms when the nervous system learns that being prepared prevented problems in the past. It begins to treat constant readiness as normal. Even in safe moments, it holds tension in reserve, keeping energy available for action. Over time, this readiness becomes exhausting, yet unfamiliar to release. Doing nothing feels unsafe because it is so different from what the system has practiced. The Stoics understood the importance of stepping out of obligation when action was no longer possible. They taught that energy should be used where it matters and conserved where it does not. Night was not a time for effort, but for restoration. Once the tasks of the day were complete, the wise response was not continued vigilance, but intentional withdrawal. Tonight, you can teach the nervous system a new pattern, that there is a time when nothing is expected from you. No performance, no problem solving, no readiness. The world does not need you to remain alert while you sleep. Life has always continued through your rest, and it will continue tonight. Notice how the body reacts when you accept this. Muscles that were subtly engaged begin to soften. The breath slows because it no longer supports preparation. Even the mind quiets when it realizes there is no assignment waiting to be completed. There may be a lingering impulse to check, to plan, to stay mentally available just in case. You do not need to push this impulse away. Simply remind yourself that duty has ended for today. Tomorrow will bring its own time for action. Tonight is reserved for repair. The nervous system learns through experience, not instruction. Each moment you remain still without preparing for something, it gathers evidence that rest is safe. Gradually, the baseline level of alertness lowers. The body stops conserving energy for emergencies that are not happening. There is relief in recognizing that you are not abandoning responsibility by resting. You are preserving the capacity to fulfill it well when needed. A system that never powers down eventually fails. Recovery is not a luxury. It is a requirement for resilience. As the sense of duty fades, you may feel a gentle emptiness where tension once lived. Not a void of loss, but a space of possibility. A quiet where nothing presses against you. This emptiness allows deeper layers of fatigue to surface and dissolve, layers that constant readiness kept hidden. You do not have to stay available to the world right now. Messages can wait. Problems can wait. Expectations can wait. Even your own goals can rest for a few hours without disappearing. Let the body experience what it is like to exist without obligation, to breathe without purpose, to lie still without preparing to move. These simple states retrain the nervous system more effectively than any effort ever could. The mind may drift, not toward thoughts, but toward a softer awareness that no longer scans for demands. The heart settles into a slower rhythm. The subtle pressure to do something fades completely. Nothing is required of you tonight. Not improvement, not strength, not vigilance. And as this truth sinks in, the always-on-duty state dissolves at last, replaced by a calm readiness for nothing at all. The kind of stillness where the body can finally surrender to deep repair, knowing that for these hours it is allowed to simply rest and be carried by the quiet. As the sense of duty dissolves and the body realizes it no longer has to remain prepared for anything, attention naturally drifts towards something that has been quietly sustaining you all day without asking for recognition. The breath. It has adjusted to stress, to movement, to emotion, changing its rhythm to match whatever the moment required. Now, in the stillness of night, it begins searching for a slower pace, one that belongs to rest instead of readiness. Many people try to control their breathing when they want to relax. They inhale deeply, exhale slowly, counting, measuring, trying to guide the body into calm. But effort can keep the nervous system engaged. The body senses that it is being managed, that something still needs correction. True regulation happens when breathing is allowed to return to its natural rhythm without interference. The Stoics valued alignment with nature, trusting the body's built-in wisdom instead of overriding it. The breath is one of the clearest expressions of that wisdom. When you stop directing it, it finds the depth and pace that signal safety to the brain. Each unforced exhale tells the nervous system that urgency has passed. You may notice that when you stop paying close attention, the breath begins to slow on its own. The pauses between breaths grow slightly longer, not held, just naturally present. Air moves deeper into the body, expanding places that were restricted during the day. This is the shift from effort to ease, from control to cooperation. Non-effortful breathing also removes the pressure to do relaxation correctly. There is nothing to achieve here. No ideal pattern to reach. The body is not a machine that needs calibration. It is a living system adjusting moment by moment. When the mind stops interfering, balance returns. If thoughts pull attention away, that is fine. The breath continues without supervision. You do not need to watch it constantly. Simply knowing it is there, steady and patient, can be enough. It becomes a quiet anchor that does not demand focus. As the breath slows, the heart follows. The connection between the two is deep and automatic. With each gentle exhale, the body releases a small amount of tension, as if letting go in tiny increments. Over time, these increments accumulate into a profound sense of calm. There may be moments when the breath feels uneven or shallow again. This is not a problem. It reflects the natural fluctuations of the nervous system. Instead of correcting it, allow it. Resistance creates tension. Acceptance restores flow. Soon the rhythm steadies on its own. You might feel the body growing heavier with each exhale, sinking more fully into the surface beneath you. The muscles no longer need to assist breathing. They simply rest. Even the mind becomes quieter because it is no longer occupied with regulation. Breathing without effort teaches something deeper than relaxation. It teaches trust. Trust that the body knows how to return to balance without constant guidance. Trust that calm does not require control. Trust that letting go can be safe. Nothing needs to be forced tonight. Not sleep, not stillness, not peace. The breath becomes a gentle reminder that life continues even when you stop trying to manage it. And as the rhythm settles into its own quiet pace, the nervous system follows, drifting further from alertness and closer to the deep, restorative state it has been moving toward all along, carried by a process so natural it requires nothing from you except permission to unfold. As the breath finds its own quiet rhythm and the body no longer feels directed or corrected, one final pressure sometimes reveals itself. The pressure to sleep. The quiet worry that rest must happen soon, that time is passing, that tomorrow depends on how well you perform this simple act of drifting away. What began as a place for recovery turns into another task, another measure of success or failure. The mind can become anxious about sleep in the same way it becomes anxious about anything important. It starts monitoring how relaxed you feel, how heavy your body is, how long you have been lying here. Each check pulls you back into alertness. The nervous system senses evaluation again, as if you are being graded on how quickly you disappear into unconsciousness. This pressure keeps the brain active, preventing the very state it is trying to reach. The Stoics taught that peace often comes when we release attachment to outcomes. Sleep is one of those outcomes that cannot be forced. It arrives when conditions are right, not when it is demanded. By stepping back from the need to sleep, you remove the tension that was blocking it. Tonight, you do not have to chase rest. You do not have to measure progress. Lying here calmly is already enough. Even wakeful stillness restores more than restless effort. The body can recover in quiet darkness even before sleep begins. Recognizing this removes the fear that every awake minute is wasted. There is relief in treating sleep as something that happens to you, not something you accomplish. Just as you do not force digestion or heartbeat, you do not need to manufacture unconsciousness. These processes unfold when the nervous system feels safe and unpressured. If sleep comes quickly, that is fine. If it comes slowly, that is fine too. Removing preference reduces agitation. The mind stops comparing this moment to an imagined ideal. It settles into acceptance, which is far closer to sleep than striving. You may notice how the body responds when expectation disappears. Muscles soften further, the forehead smooths, breathing deepens without instruction. The subtle urgency fades because there is nothing left to achieve. Even the awareness of time begins to dissolve. There can be a gentle curiosity instead of concern. Watching how sensations change, how thoughts drift, how the boundary between waking and dreaming blurs naturally. This quiet observation carries no pressure, only presence. Paradoxically, caring less about sleep invites it more easily. The nervous system recognizes the absence of demand as safety. It no longer needs to stay alert to meet expectations. Without tension to sustain wakefulness, the mind begins to slide toward deeper states on its own. You do not have to hurry this process. Night is long enough. Rest is patient. It does not punish you for arriving slowly. Nothing depends on how perfectly you sleep tonight. Tomorrow will come, and you will meet it as you always have, with whatever energy is available. Trusting this removes the fear that keeps you half awake. For now, there is only this quiet space where nothing is required, not even sleep itself. And as the need to succeed at resting dissolves completely, the mind finally loosens its final hold on wakefulness, drifting gently toward the deep repair it has been approaching all along, carried by the simple permission to stop trying. As the pressure to fall asleep dissolves, and the mind no longer treats rest as a task to complete, a different pattern can sometimes try to fill the quiet. Thoughts that grow darker in the absence of distraction. Small concerns expanding into worst-case scenarios. Harmless uncertainties turning into imagined disasters. At night, without daylight to soften them, these thoughts can feel more convincing than they really are. The brain has a long history of protecting you by anticipating danger. In earlier times, imagining threats helped humans survive, but in the stillness of modern night, that same instinct can misfire. The mind scans for problems and finding none nearby, creates them in the future. It projects loss, failure, illness, conflict, possibilities that have not happened and may never happen. The nervous system reacts as if these images are real, tightening the body and preventing deep rest. The Stoics recognized this habit and called it unnecessary suffering. They believed the mind often adds fear to situations that are neutral or unknown. Instead of preparing you, catastrophic thinking drains the strength you would need if a real challenge appeared. Their practice was simple: return to what is actually happening, not what might happen. Right now, nothing catastrophic is unfolding. The room is quiet. The body is supported. The night is steady. When attention returns to these facts, the imagined future loses its authority. The brain receives accurate information instead of projections, and the alarm system begins to power down. Catastrophic thoughts often feel urgent because they come with emotion attached. You do not need to argue with them or prove them wrong. Simply noticing that they are thoughts, not events, weakens their grip. Like clouds that look solid until you pass through them, they dissolve when not reinforced. You may sense how the body shifts when fear is no longer fed. The chest opens slightly, breath deepens, the tightness in the stomach loosens. These physical changes send feedback to the brain that safety is present. The loop between thought and tension begins to unwind. It can help to remember that the mind at night is not the most reliable narrator. Fatigue amplifies negativity and reduces perspective. What feels overwhelming now often appears manageable in daylight. By refusing to treat nighttime thoughts as final conclusions, you protect yourself from unnecessary distress. The Stoics also practiced focusing on what is within control. Imagined disasters rarely fall into that category. You cannot act on them tonight, and worrying does not prevent them. Letting them go is not denial. It is choosing not to spend energy on illusions. As catastrophic thinking fades, a calmer awareness replaces it. Not forced optimism, but grounded neutrality. The sense that whatever comes tomorrow will be met when it arrives, not rehearsed in darkness. You may feel a gentle quiet spreading where tension once lived, like a storm passing without leaving damage behind. The mind no longer races ahead, searching for danger. It rests in the present, where nothing demands fear. Nothing terrible is happening right now. Nothing needs urgent attention. The body can release its protective posture because there is nothing to defend against. And as exaggerated threats lose their power, the nervous system settles into a deeper level of calm, allowing sleep to approach without obstacles, carried by the simple truth that this moment is safe, stable, and free from the dangers the mind once imagined. As imagined threats fade and the mind stops searching for danger in the darkness, a quieter exhaustion often becomes visible underneath. Not emotional, not physical, but mental. The fatigue that comes from choosing all day long. What to say, what to ignore, what matters, what can wait. Even small decisions accumulate, draining the brain in ways that are easy to overlook while you are still moving through the day. Decision-making requires energy from the same systems that regulate attention, impulse control, and clarity. By night, those systems can become depleted, yet the mind may continue trying to evaluate options, replay choices, or prepare for tomorrow's decisions. This creates a loop where exhaustion feeds more thinking, and more thinking prevents recovery. The Stoics valued simplicity partly because it reduced unnecessary choices. They believed peace comes when the mind is not constantly pulled in different directions. At night, simplicity returns naturally if you allow it. There is nothing left to decide right now. No action required, no judgment needed. The field of possibilities narrows to a single option: rest. Mental stillness is the antidote to decision fatigue. Not forced emptiness, but the absence of evaluation. You do not need to weigh outcomes, compare scenarios, or determine the best path forward. All paths pause here. The brain begins to recover when it is no longer asked to choose. You may notice a subtle relief in letting go of preferences, not deciding how you should feel, how quickly you should fall asleep, or what tomorrow should look like. This suspension of choice allows cognitive resources to recharge. Neural pathways that were overused during the day quiet down, making space for restoration. As stillness deepens, the mind shifts from analytical processing to a more diffuse awareness. Thoughts become less structured, less purposeful. Instead of solving, the brain drifts. This drifting is not aimless. It is a transition into the states where memory consolidates, emotional experiences are integrated, and mental clarity is rebuilt. The body supports this process by lowering stimulation. Eyes remain closed, muscles stay relaxed. Breathing continues at an unhurried pace. Each of these signals tells the brain that it can disengage from effort. The systems responsible for choice and control hand over to those responsible for repair. Decision fatigue can also create irritability and restlessness because the brain struggles to filter input when depleted. By entering stillness, you remove excess input entirely. There is nothing new to process, nothing to respond to. This quiet environment accelerates recovery more effectively than trying to solve fatigue with more thinking. You may feel a softening behind the forehead, a sense that the mind is no longer straining. The urge to evaluate fades, replaced by a calm neutrality. Even the awareness of time becomes less precise, as if the brain is stepping away from measurement and into flow. Nothing important needs to be decided tonight. Clarity will return with rest, not effort. Tomorrow's choices will feel lighter because the systems that make them will be restored. The Stoics believed wisdom includes knowing when to stop, not as surrender, but as strategy. A rested mind sees options clearly. A fatigued one creates confusion. By allowing stillness now, you prepare yourself to act with greater precision later. As the decision-making centers power down, the brain enters a state closer to deep sleep readiness. Neural activity slows, synchronization increases, the internal noise decreases. The system shifts from outward focus to inward repair. You are not abandoning responsibility by pausing thought. You are renewing the very capacity that allows responsibility to be carried well. And as mental stillness replaces the strain of constant choosing, the mind settles into a quiet openness where recovery happens naturally, restoring clarity, balance, and strength for the day that will come when rest has fully done its work. As the strain of constant decision-making fades and the mind no longer feels pulled in different directions, a quieter kind of clarity begins to appear. Without the pressure to evaluate or solve, awareness has somewhere else to rest, not in plans, not in memories, not in imagined futures, but in the simple reality of the body itself. Sensation becomes the place where the mind can land when thinking is no longer necessary. Thought is fast and restless by nature. It jumps across time, revisits what is finished, anticipates what has not yet arrived. Sensation is different. It exists only in the present. The warmth of the air, the weight of your body, the gentle movement of breath. These experiences cannot exist in yesterday or tomorrow. Returning to them brings awareness back to where life is actually happening. The Stoics practiced this return as a way of stabilizing the mind. When thoughts became overwhelming, they grounded themselves in physical reality. The feeling of their feet on the ground, the rhythm of breathing, the contact between body and environment. This was not an escape from thought, but a rebalancing. It reminded them that awareness does not have to live inside the mind alone. Tonight, sensation can anchor you more deeply than any idea. Notice the points where your body meets the surface beneath you. The gentle pressure, steady and unmoving. Feel how the back of the head rests without effort, how the shoulders are supported, how the legs no longer carry weight. These signals communicate safety more clearly than any reassurance you could think. You may notice subtle sensations that were hidden under mental noise. A quiet pulse in the hands, a spreading warmth through the chest, the soft expansion and release of breathing. None of these require interpretation. They simply exist, inviting attention to settle without strain. As awareness rests in the body, thoughts lose their urgency. They may still pass through, but they no longer dominate the landscape. Sensation holds attention in place, preventing the mind from drifting into analysis or worry. This grounding effect calms the nervous system because it removes the constant shifting between past and future. There is also a quiet intimacy in returning to the body. A reminder that beneath roles, responsibilities, and expectations, you are a living organism designed for cycles of activity and rest. Sensation reconnects you with that natural rhythm where recovery happens without effort. If the mind wanders, gently return to something simple and real. The feeling of air moving across the skin, the steady rise and fall beneath your ribs, the heaviness in your limbs that signals release. Each return strengthens the pathway from thought to presence. Over time, this practice teaches the brain that calm is found not by solving problems, but by inhabiting the moment fully. The more attention rests in sensation, the less fuel remains for mental agitation. The body becomes a stable home for awareness instead of a background to endless thinking. You may feel a quiet settling, as if awareness is sinking into the body rather than hovering above it. The edges between mind and sensation blur, creating a unified sense of stillness. This is where deeper sleep begins to form, not as a sudden drop, but as a gradual softening of boundaries. Nothing needs to be figured out here. Nothing needs explanation. The body already understands how to rest. And as awareness remains anchored in sensation, the mind naturally grows quieter, allowing the nervous system to move further into restoration, guided by the simple truth that peace is not something you think your way into, but something you feel when you finally return to where you are. As awareness settles into the body and sensation becomes a steady place to rest, attention may begin to notice a central line running quietly through you, the spine. All day, it carried more than physical weight. It held posture, effort, restraint, the subtle tightening that comes from trying to stay composed while life pressed in from every direction. When the mind is busy, this pressure goes unnoticed, stored silently in muscles that rarely get permission to release. The spine responds to emotion as much as to gravity. Stress pulls it forward, anxiety lifts the shoulders, responsibility creates a constant bracing through the back. Over time, this becomes the body's default position, as if readiness were carved into your structure. Even lying down, traces of that holding can remain, small contractions that keep the system alert. The Stoics believed that inner tension eventually expresses itself outward, not only in behavior, but in posture. They practiced composure not as rigidity, but as balance. A body that is upright without strain, stable without stiffness. At night, balance returns when the need to hold yourself together disappears. You can let the spine be supported instead of supportive. Notice how the surface beneath you carries the length of your back without asking anything in return. Each vertebra has permission to settle, one after another, like a chain gently lowering into place. There is no need to align or adjust perfectly. Gravity and support are doing the work. As this release spreads, the muscles around the spine begin to soften. The small stabilizers that held tension all day loosen, allowing the back to widen and rest. You may feel a subtle warmth or a quiet sense of space where tightness once lived. This is not collapse, it is decompression, a return to neutrality. Emotional pressure often concentrates between the shoulder blades or at the base of the neck, where burdens feel as though they accumulate. When these areas release, breathing deepens automatically because the chest is no longer restricted. The nervous system reads this openness as safety, encouraging further relaxation. There can also be a sense of vulnerability when the spine lets go, as if without tension you might lose protection. But true protection comes from flexibility, not constant bracing. A system that can relax fully can also respond more effectively when needed. Rest is not exposure, it is preparation. You may notice the head settling more heavily, the jaw unclenching, the space between shoulders widening. These changes reflect the spine's influence on the entire body. When the central column relaxes, surrounding structures follow. The signal of release travels outward, quieting areas you did not realize were tense. Allow the spine to feel long without effort, supported without vigilance. No posture to maintain, no impression to give, no strength to display, just a natural curve resting in stillness. As emotional weight drains away, the mind often grows lighter as well. The connection between physical tension and mental strain loosens. Thoughts slow, not because you force them to, but because the body no longer communicates urgency. Nothing needs to be carried right now. Not responsibilities, not expectations, not the invisible pressure of the day. And as the spine unloads what it was never meant to hold indefinitely, the nervous system settles into a deeper sense of ease, allowing the body to sink further into restorative rest, free from the silent burdens that posture once carried long after they were needed. As the spine releases its quiet burden and the body no longer feels responsible for holding everything together, attention naturally rises to the place where so much of the day was silently expressed. The face. It carried reactions you did not speak, restraint you did not show, composure you maintained even when you were tired. Small muscles tightened to form expressions, then stayed engaged long after the moment passed, like armor that was never removed. The face is deeply connected to the brain's alert systems. A clenched jaw, tightened brow, or fixed gaze sends signals inward that tension is still present. Even subtle micro-expressions can keep the nervous system in a low state of vigilance. The body reads these signals as preparation, not rest. The Stoics valued calm expression not as suppression, but as freedom from unnecessary reaction. At night, that freedom becomes physical. There is no one to impress, no situation to manage, no emotion to conceal. The face can return to its natural state, unguarded and neutral. You can begin by simply noticing areas that still feel active. The forehead holding a faint tension, the muscles around the eyes that stayed focused all day, the mouth that carried unspoken words. Awareness alone often invites these places to soften. No force required, just permission. As the brow smooths, the eyes rest more deeply in their sockets, no longer scanning or evaluating. The jaw loosens, creating space between the teeth. The tongue settles without pressing upward. These small shifts send powerful messages to the brain that the environment is safe and nothing needs monitoring. There is relief in letting the face become expressionless, not empty, but peaceful, like water returning to stillness after ripples fade. The energy once used to maintain composure flows back into recovery. You may notice breathing deepen as the jaw releases, because tension there restricts the throat and upper chest. When the mouth softens, the entire breathing pathway opens. This quiet cascade of relaxation spreads downward, reinforcing the body's shift into rest. The muscles around the eyes are especially important. During the day, they remain active to track movement, read faces, focus on tasks. At night, allowing them to soften signals that scanning is no longer necessary. Darkness is no longer something to interpret, only a backdrop for rest. There can be a subtle emotional release as well. When the face relaxes, feelings that were held back may surface briefly, then dissolve. This is the body completing processes that were paused during activity. Nothing needs to be analyzed or fixed. Simply letting the face remain soft allows these currents to pass. Your natural expression is not tension. It is ease. The armor formed from habit, not necessity. Removing it does not make you vulnerable. It makes you free. You do not need to hold any expression tonight. No strength, no patience, no resilience. Just a quiet softness that asks nothing from you. As the last traces of tension leave the face, the brain receives one of the clearest signals of safety it can recognize. Without the mask of alertness, it allows deeper systems to power down. And in that softness, awareness begins to drift further inward, carried by a calm that spreads from the relaxed features to the entire body, guiding you gently toward the deep, restorative sleep that arrives when nothing in you is still trying to stay on guard. As the face softens and the last signs of emotional armor dissolve, a deeper quiet fills the space around you. In that quiet, a familiar impulse may appear, the urge to reach for something, a screen, a sound, a distraction, anything that keeps the mind from settling into stillness. Not because you need it, but because stimulation has become the bridge between activity and rest, a habit formed in moments when silence felt unfamiliar. The brain grows accustomed to constant input during the day. Notifications, conversations, movement, light, information flowing without pause. When darkness arrives, the sudden absence of stimulation can feel unsettling, as if something is missing. The hand wants to reach. The mind wants one more spark of engagement before letting go. The Stoics practiced discipline in withdrawing from excess, understanding that clarity comes when the senses are allowed to rest. Night was not meant to be filled with new impressions, but to empty the mind of the old ones. They knew that peace requires a period where nothing new enters, where awareness can settle without interruption. Resisting the urge for stimulation is not deprivation, it is protection. Each new input wakes the brain slightly, reigniting circuits that were preparing to power down. Light signals alertness, novelty releases dopamine, attention sharpens again. The cycle of activity begins just when it was about to end. You may notice that the urge itself fades when not acted upon. It rises briefly, searching for engagement, then dissolves when it finds none. This teaches the brain that stillness is not a void to be filled, but a state to be trusted. Over time, the transition from stimulation to rest becomes smoother, less dependent on external input. There is a quiet richness in darkness when you allow yourself to experience it fully. The absence of visual detail, the soft hum of the environment, the steady rhythm of your breath. These subtle sensations replace the intensity of daytime input with something gentler, more restorative. Dopamine thrives on novelty and anticipation. When stimulation stops, its influence fades, allowing deeper neurotransmitters associated with calm and sleep to take over. The nervous system shifts from seeking to settling, from scanning to surrendering. You do not need one last piece of information, one last check, one last distraction. Nothing important is waiting behind a screen. What matters now is already present, the opportunity for repair that only quiet can provide. There may be a moment of restlessness as the brain adjusts, like a room growing dim after bright light. This is temporary. Soon, the darkness becomes comfortable, even soothing, because it carries no demands. Your mind does not need entertainment to fall asleep. It needs absence of interruption, space where thoughts can fade without being replaced by new ones. As you remain still without reaching outward, awareness turns inward, discovering a calm that stimulation always covered, a calm that does not excite, but restores. Nothing needs to be added to this moment. Nothing needs to be consumed. The night is already complete as it is. And in this discipline of not reaching, the brain finally understands that seeking has ended, allowing the deeper currents of rest to carry you gently towards sleep, free from the constant pull of stimulation that once kept you hovering on the surface of awareness. As the urge for stimulation fades and the mind stops reaching outward for something to fill the quiet, a deeper layer of discomfort can sometimes surface. Not boredom, not restlessness, but a subtle unease with stillness itself. For some, silence feels unfamiliar, even threatening, because it removes the distractions that once kept difficult thoughts or emotions at a distance. Without noise, there is nothing to hide behind, and the nervous system may interpret that openness as vulnerability. This reaction is not weakness, It is conditioning. If your life has been filled with constant activity, conversation, or background sound, the brain learns to associate silence with uncertainty. It scans for something to anchor to, and finding nothing external becomes alert. The stillness is misread as danger simply because it is unfamiliar. The Stoics trained themselves to sit with quiet deliberately, not to force calm, but to become comfortable with the absence of stimulation. They understood that peace is not the removal of sound, but the ability to remain steady when nothing is happening. In that space, the mind discovers it does not need constant input to remain stable. Tonight, you can allow stillness to exist without rushing to change it. Notice that nothing in the silence is actually harming you. The room remains steady, the body remains supported, the breath continues on its own. These are signals of safety that gradually retrain the nervous system to interpret quiet as neutral rather than threatening. If a flicker of panic appears, treat it as a sensation, not a command. Panic feeds on resistance. When you allow it to rise and fall without reacting, it loses intensity. Like a wave that breaks on the shore, it dissipates when not pushed against. You may find it helpful to anchor attention in something simple while staying in the quiet. The feeling of air moving in and out, the gentle weight of your limbs, the distant background sounds that remain even in silence. These subtle cues remind the brain that stillness does not mean emptiness. It is simply a softer form of presence. Over time, the nervous system learns a new association. Silence becomes linked with rest instead of uncertainty. The body stops preparing for interruption. The mind stops scanning for threats. Stillness transforms from something to endure into something to welcome. There is a quiet strength in being able to sit with nothing happening. It means you are no longer dependent on constant motion to feel secure. Your stability comes from within, not from the environment. You may notice that the longer you remain in stillness, the more it deepens. The initial tension dissolves, replaced by a gentle calm that feels steady rather than fragile. Thoughts slow, breathing evens out. The sense of urgency disappears. Nothing needs to break this quiet. Nothing needs to fill it. The absence of activity is not a problem to solve, but a condition that allows repair. As the fear of stillness fades, a profound sense of safety emerges, one that does not rely on noise or distraction. The nervous system recognizes that peace is possible even without constant reassurance, and in that recognition, the body relaxes more completely than it has all day, allowing sleep to approach not as an escape from noise, but as a natural extension of the calm you have learned to trust, carried gently by the silence that once felt uncomfortable and now feels like home. As stillness becomes familiar and silence no longer feels like something to escape, attention may turn inward in a new way. Not toward peace, but toward checking. Subtle scanning for tension, discomfort, irregular breathing, a heartbeat that feels too fast or too slow. The mind begins searching the body for signs that something might be wrong, as if danger could appear from within instead of outside. This habit forms when the nervous system has spent too long in vigilance. When external threats are absent, the brain sometimes redirects its monitoring inward, inspecting sensations for proof of safety. A small flutter in the chest becomes suspicious. A tight muscle feels like a warning. The body, which should be a place of refuge, turns into a field of surveillance. The Stoics understood that fear often comes not from events, but from interpretation. A sensation is just a sensation until the mind labels it as danger. By returning to neutral observation, They prevented ordinary experiences from becoming sources of distress. The same principle applies here. Your body is not sending threats, it is sending signals of life. Tonight, you can allow sensations to exist without investigation. No need to analyze each feeling or measure its meaning. The heart beats as it should. Muscles adjust naturally. Breathing changes rhythm as sleep approaches. These variations are not warnings. They are signs of a living system transitioning into rest. You may notice how scanning itself creates tension. The more you search for something wrong, the more the body tightens, reinforcing the sense that something must be wrong. When the scanning stops, that loop breaks. Sensations soften because they are no longer amplified by attention. If awareness drifts toward checking again, gently redirect it to something broader. The overall feeling of the body resting, the steady support beneath you, the rhythm of breath moving without supervision. This wider focus reduces the intensity placed on any single sensation. There is relief in trusting the body to regulate itself. It has carried you through every day without conscious monitoring. Sleep has always arrived when conditions were right, not because you supervised each heartbeat or breath. Internal vigilance often comes from a desire for certainty, but certainty is not required for safety. The body knows how to maintain balance without constant oversight. Allowing it to operate freely restores the natural coordination between brain and body that anxiety disrupts. You may feel a quiet warmth spreading as tension dissolves, a sense of being held by your own physiology rather than guarded against it. The nervous system recognizes that it no longer needs to stay on watch, shifting deeper into repair mode. Nothing inside you needs urgent attention right now. No system is failing, no alarm is sounding. There is only the steady process of restoration unfolding beneath awareness. As the urge to check fades, the boundary between mind and body softens again. Instead of observer and observed, there is simply presence, a calm inhabiting a body at rest. And in that trust, the internal surveillance finally powers down, allowing sleep to approach without obstacles, guided by the quiet confidence that you do not need to monitor life for it to continue sustaining you through the night. As the urge to monitor the body fades and trust begins to replace vigilance, another challenge can quietly remain: discomfort or pain that has been carried into the night. It may be small, a dull ache in the back, tension in the neck, a lingering soreness from the day. Yet even mild pain can keep the nervous system alert, because the brain is wired to interpret it as something that requires attention. The usual response is resistance. The mind tightens against the sensation, wishing it away, bracing around it, reacting as if the discomfort must be solved immediately. This reaction increases arousal, sending signals of danger through the body. Muscles tense further, breathing becomes shallow, awareness narrows around the pain, making it feel larger than it is. The Stoics practiced a different approach. They distinguished between sensation and suffering, recognizing that the mind's reaction often amplifies what the body is experiencing. By observing pain without judgment or fear, they reduce the extra layer of distress that turns discomfort into agitation. Tonight, you can allow sensation to exist without opposition. Notice where it is, how it feels, without labeling it as good or bad. Is it sharp or dull, steady or shifting, warm or cool? This simple curiosity transforms the experience from a threat into information. The nervous system relaxes because it is no longer receiving signals of alarm. Pain often changes when observed calmly. It may move, soften, or break into smaller sensations rather than one solid block. Awareness spreads around it, reducing the sense that it occupies the entire body. You are no longer inside the pain, you are witnessing it from a place of steadiness. There is also freedom in recognizing that discomfort does not demand immediate action. The body can hold sensation without harm, especially when at rest. By not reacting, you conserve energy that would otherwise fuel tension. Breathing naturally adjusts as resistance fades. Exhales grow longer, muscles around the affected area release slightly. Circulation improves. These physiological changes reduce the intensity of the sensation, not through force, but through cooperation with the body's healing processes. If the mind drifts toward frustration, gently return to observation. The Stoics saw endurance not as suppression, but as clarity, seeing what is present without exaggeration. This clarity prevents the spiral of fear that keeps the nervous system activated. You may notice moments when the discomfort fades into the background, no longer dominating awareness. Attention widens again to include the rest of the body, the steadiness of breath, the quiet of the room. Pain loses its central role when it is not fed with reaction. Nothing needs to be fixed right now. The night is not a time for struggle, but for allowing the body to repair at its own pace. Even discomfort can exist within a larger field of calm. As reactivity dissolves, the nervous system interprets the sensation as manageable rather than threatening. The alarm quiets. The body shifts back toward restoration, where healing happens most effectively. You are not defined by this sensation. It is a temporary signal moving through a system designed to recover. And as you remain present without resistance, the mind grows quieter, the body steadier, allowing sleep to approach gently, carrying you into a state where even pain loosens its hold, softened by the calm awareness that no longer fights what simply is. As reactivity fades and even discomfort is met with calm observation instead of resistance, the night begins to feel different. Not as a gap between 2 days, not as empty time waiting to be filled, but as something purposeful in its own quiet way. A phase where the body turns inward, shifting from doing to repairing. Yet many people carry a hidden belief that these hours are unproductive, that nothing is being accomplished while the world is asleep. This belief keeps the nervous system subtly alert, as if rest were a form of falling behind. The mind measures, compares, wonders what could be done instead of lying here. But the body follows a different logic. It does its most important maintenance when activity stops. Cells repair damage accumulated during the day. Hormones rebalance. The brain reorganizes memories, clearing excess stimulation so clarity can return by morning. The Stoics respected natural cycles, understanding that strength depends on honoring periods of renewal. They saw rest not as the opposite of effort, but as its foundation. A blade that is never set down for sharpening eventually dulls. A mind that never withdraws loses precision. Night was a necessary retreat, not an interruption. When you see sleep as restoration rather than lost time, the pressure to stay mentally active disappears. There is nothing to prove right now. No value to extract from these hours except the quiet rebuilding already underway. The body knows what to do without instruction. You may feel a gentle appreciation for this process as awareness shifts from impatience to trust. Beneath the surface, systems are resetting in ways impossible during wakefulness. The immune system strengthens, inflammation decreases, neural pathways reorganize. These invisible changes shape how you will think, feel, and move tomorrow. There is humility in recognizing that you are not responsible for this repair. Life continues sustaining you even when you are unconscious. Letting go of control allows deeper restoration than effort ever could. The darkness itself supports this work. Light fades, temperature drops, external stimulation decreases. These environmental cues guide the nervous system toward deeper states of recovery. You are not isolated from nature here, you are aligned with it. If thoughts of productivity arise, you can let them pass like echoes from another world. Night does not belong to achievement. It belongs to renewal. What feels like inactivity is actually preparation for everything that follows. The body relaxes more fully when it senses that rest is valued rather than resisted. Muscles release the last traces of holding. Breath slows into an effortless rhythm. The mind stops checking whether sleep has arrived yet. You may sense a quiet gratitude for the fact that repair happens automatically, that you do not have to earn it. Simply allowing yourself to remain here is enough. Nothing is being lost tonight. On the contrary, what was depleted is being restored. What was strained is being balanced. What was overwhelmed is being cleared. As this understanding settles in, resistance dissolves completely. The night becomes a refuge instead of an obstacle, a sacred pause rather than wasted time. And in that acceptance, the body and mind surrender fully to the deep biological repair they have been moving toward all along, carried gently into sleep by the quiet certainty that rest is not the absence of living, but the process that makes living possible again when morning returns. As the night is reclaimed as a time of restoration and no longer judged as lost productivity, another quiet habit can begin to loosen its grip. The mind's tendency to reopen old conversations, replay decisions, renegotiate moments that are already finished. It searches for a different ending, a better response, a version of events where everything turned out exactly right. But the past does not respond to negotiation. It remains unchanged no matter how many times it is revisited. This mental bargaining keeps emotional loops open. Each replay sends the nervous system back into a situation that no longer exists, reviving tension as if the moment were happening again. The body cannot distinguish between memory and reality when the imagery is vivid enough. Heart rate rises, muscles tighten, sleep retreats further away. The Stoics practiced acceptance not as resignation, but as clarity. They understood that energy spent wishing for a different past cannot influence the present. By acknowledging what happened without trying to rewrite it, they freed themselves from endless internal debate. What is done is part of the story, not a problem still waiting to be solved. Tonight, you can let unfinished conversations remain unfinished. The mind does not need to reach back for closure right now. Closure comes from stepping out of the loop, not from replaying it until exhaustion forces it to stop. You may notice how the urge to revisit certain memories carries emotional weight, as if something important is still at stake. But nothing is at stake in this moment. The events have already settled into history. No action taken tonight can alter them. There is relief in recognizing that you are allowed to stop negotiating. You are not abandoning responsibility. You are ending a process that no longer serves any purpose. The mind can release its grip because there is nothing left to hold on to. As these loops close, a sense of quiet finality replaces restlessness. Not forgetting, not denying, simply acknowledging that the chapter has ended. The body responds by releasing tension that was tied to those unresolved threads. You may feel a gentle emptiness where mental activity once circled, like a room cleared of clutter. This emptiness is not loss, it is space. Space for calm, for stillness, for sleep to enter without obstruction. The Stoics believed peace comes when we align with what cannot be changed. This alignment removes the friction between reality and expectation. The mind stops pushing against a closed door and turns toward what is open instead. Nothing from the past requires your attention tonight. Lessons can be reflected on tomorrow. Decisions can be handled when action is possible. For now, the most powerful step is release. As you allow memories to rest where they belong, the nervous system settles deeper into the present. The pull backward weakens, replaced by a steady forward drift into quiet. You do not have to solve yesterday before you can sleep tonight. Life continues moving even when understanding is incomplete. And as the habit of negotiating with the past dissolves, the mind finally steps out of the loops that kept it circling, allowing the body to sink fully into the restorative darkness, carried gently towards sleep by the calm acceptance that nothing behind you needs to be carried into tomorrow. As the pull of the past releases and the mind no longer circles unfinished moments, a quieter challenge can surface underneath, the unfamiliar feeling of not moving. For those who have lived in constant motion, thinking, planning, doing, reacting, stillness can feel unnatural, even unsafe. The body has learned to equate activity with security, as if stopping might allow something important to fall apart. This wiring develops slowly. Each time movement solved a problem, prevented discomfort, or filled an empty space, the nervous system reinforced the pattern. Action became reassurance. Busyness became identity. Over time, rest began to feel like exposure, a state where nothing shields you from uncertainty. The Stoics practiced deliberate pauses to retrain this instinct. They stepped back from constant engagement not to withdraw from life, but to remind themselves that stability comes from within, not from endless motion. They understood that a system always in motion cannot perceive its own imbalance. Stillness reveals what movement hides. Tonight, you can let the body experience immobility without interpreting it as danger. Notice how the surface beneath you holds your weight effortlessly. Nothing is slipping, nothing is collapsing. The world continues even when you are not pushing it forward. At first, there may be a subtle urge to adjust position, to check something, to interrupt the quiet with small actions. You do not need to suppress this urge. Simply allow it to pass without acting on it. Each moment you remain still sends a new message to the brain. Stillness is survivable. Stillness is safe. The nervous system learns through repetition. When nothing negative follows a period of calm immobility, the association between rest and threat weakens. Muscles release more fully. Breathing slows. The sense of urgency fades. The body begins to recognize stillness as recovery rather than risk. You may feel waves of tension dissolving in places that movement kept tight. The legs no longer preparing to stand. The hands no longer ready to grasp. The chest no longer braced for action. These releases happen gradually, like knots loosening after being held too long. There is also a quiet rediscovery of presence. Without movement, awareness deepens into the moment instead of skimming across it. You feel the subtle rhythm of life continuing without effort. The heartbeat, the breath, the gentle internal currents that do not depend on action. Stillness is not the absence of life. It is life in its most undisturbed form. When you stop interfering, the body organizes itself naturally. restoring balance that constant activity disrupts. You are not losing momentum by resting. You are reclaiming energy that movement spent. Tomorrow's strength grows from tonight's pause. As trust builds, stillness becomes less like a void and more like a refuge, a place where nothing is demanded, nothing is expected, nothing needs to change. You may notice a profound calm emerging, deeper than relaxation, because it is rooted in safety rather than exhaustion. The nervous system shifts into its most restorative mode, no longer scanning for the next task. Nothing requires motion right now. Nothing depends on your activity. The world is steady without your effort. And as the body learns to trust stillness again, the last traces of restlessness dissolve, allowing you to sink fully into the quiet repair of sleep, carried by the reassuring truth that you do not have to keep moving for life to keep holding you. As stillness becomes a place of safety instead of something to escape, one final thread of tension can remain quietly woven through the mind, the feeling that you must stay aware because something might need you, as if the world depends on your wakefulness to keep moving correctly. This sense of responsibility can linger even in darkness, keeping a small part of the nervous system alert, listening for problems that are not present. It is a deeply human instinct to believe that vigilance protects what we care about. Parents listen for their children. Leaders stay ready for emergencies. Those who carry heavy duties learn to sleep lightly, never fully stepping away from their role. Over time, this readiness becomes automatic, persisting long after it is needed. The Stoics practiced a powerful form of release, recognizing that much of the world operates beyond personal control. They saw acceptance not as indifference, but as alignment with reality. The sun rises without supervision. Cities breathe through the night. Countless processes unfold, whether you observe them or not. Your awareness is not the force that sustains existence. Tonight, you can allow the world to continue without your oversight. Nothing essential pauses because you are resting. Those you care about are held by the same life that holds you. Problems that might arise will still be there in the morning when action is possible. Staying awake does not prevent them. You may notice how the body responds to this permission. The subtle readiness in the chest softens. The ears stop straining for distant sounds. The mind releases its watch, no longer scanning for responsibility. There is relief in stepping out of a role that never truly required your constant presence. Releasing responsibility for these hours is not abandonment. It is trust. Trust that life is larger than any single person's vigilance. Trust that rest is part of the balance that allows you to fulfill responsibilities well when the time returns. There can be a quiet humility in this realization. You are important, but not required to hold the world together through the night. Others are resting too. The systems of life are designed to function in cycles, not in endless alertness. As this understanding settles in, the nervous system lets go of its final duty. The body no longer braces for interruption. The mind no longer prepares responses. Even the sense of identity tied to roles fades, replaced by something simpler, a living being at rest. You may feel a gentle surrender, not forced, but natural. Like setting down something heavy you carried so long you forgot it was optional. The relief spreads through the muscles, the breath, the quiet spaces behind thought. Nothing needs your attention right now. Nothing requires supervision. The world is steady without you holding it. And in this release, a profound calm emerges, deeper than any relaxation that came before. because it is rooted in acceptance rather than effort. The nervous system recognizes that it can finally power down completely. You are allowed to disappear into sleep without consequence, allowed to step out of awareness without guilt. And as you surrender the illusion of responsibility, the mind and body drift fully into the deep restorative darkness, carried by the peaceful truth that life continues gently on its own, holding everything in place while you rest within it. As the sense of responsibility dissolves and the world is allowed to move forward without your supervision, the inner world also begins to loosen its grip. Yet, in the quiet, emotions can still rise unexpectedly, not tied to a clear thought, not connected to a present event, but moving through you like weather passing across a night sky. A trace of sadness, a flicker of anxiety, a sudden warmth of relief. Without distraction, these waves become more noticeable. The instinct is to explain them, to search for a cause, to label them, to decide what they mean. The mind wants a story because stories create the illusion of control, but interpretation keeps the emotional system active. It pulls you back into analysis, into memory, into anticipation. The wave that might have passed gently becomes something held in place by attention. The Stoics practiced witnessing emotion without becoming entangled in it. They understood that feelings are movements of the mind, not commands that must be obeyed or puzzles that must be solved. By allowing emotions to exist without judgment, they prevented them from expanding into suffering. Tonight, you can let emotions move through you without commentary. Notice the sensation in the body rather than the narrative around it. A heaviness in the chest, a flutter in the stomach, a warmth behind the eyes. These are signals, not problems. When you stop interpreting them, they return to their natural state, temporary currents that rise and fall on their own. You may see how quickly an emotion changes when it is not held in place. It softens, shifts, dissolves, replaced by another or by quiet neutrality. Like waves touching the shore and retreating, none of them remain forever. Non-judgmental awareness creates space around the experience. You are not inside the emotion. You are observing it from a place of steadiness. This distance reduces arousal because the brain no longer perceives the feeling as something that requires action. There is freedom in allowing emotion without labeling it as weakness, danger, or something to fix. The body releases tension because it no longer prepares for resistance. Breathing deepens, muscles soften, awareness widens again. If the mind drifts toward interpretation, gently return to sensation. Not asking why, not asking how long, simply noticing. Each return strengthens the capacity to remain calm in the presence of feeling. Emotions often intensify when resisted and diminish when accepted. This acceptance is not approval or agreement. It is recognition that feelings are part of being alive, not interruptions to be removed. You may notice a quiet compassion emerging toward yourself, a softness that replaces the need to control inner experience. The nervous system recognizes this kindness as safety, encouraging further release. Nothing you feel right now needs explanation. Nothing needs to be resolved before sleep can come. As emotional waves pass without interpretation, the mind becomes clear like still water after ripples fade. The body settles deeper into rest, no longer stirred by internal currents. And in that calm clarity, sleep approaches naturally, carrying you into a space where even the deepest emotions can settle into quiet, held gently by awareness that allows everything to come and go without resistance or judgment. As emotional waves pass freely without needing explanation, the inner world grows quieter than it has been all day. Not empty, not numb, but calm in a way that feels unfamiliar at first. In this quiet, the mind may reach for something to occupy the space. A memory, a plan, a random thought, anything to avoid the sensation of nothing happening. We are so used to filling silence that true mental stillness can feel like something is missing. But the brain, like the body, needs periods where no new activity is generated, not even useful thinking. During the day, thoughts fire continuously, connecting ideas, solving problems, reacting to stimuli. At night, cognitive rest requires stepping out of that cycle entirely, not replacing one thought with another, not guiding the mind somewhere pleasant, but allowing darkness to exist without interruption. The Stoics practiced withdrawing from unnecessary mental noise, recognizing that clarity emerges when the mind stops producing commentary. They did not seek blankness through force, but through non-participation. When thoughts appeared, they let them pass without adding more. Over time, the spaces between thoughts widened, creating a kind of mental darkness that restored balance. Tonight, you can allow that darkness to unfold. Not trying to think positively, not trying to suppress thinking, simply not feeding it. When a thought arises, let it fade on its own, like a sound dissolving into distance. No need to follow it, no need to replace it. Silence can exist without being filled. You may notice moments where awareness feels suspended, not focused on anything in particular. These moments are signs that cognitive load is decreasing. The brain begins to downshift from active processing to restorative modes where memory and emotion are reorganized without conscious involvement. There can be a subtle fear of losing control when thoughts stop, but control is not needed here. The body continues breathing, the heart continues beating, life continues unfolding without mental supervision. Allowing mental darkness is an act of trust in the deeper intelligence of the system. As the mind stops generating content, the nervous system receives a powerful signal that activity has ended. Brain waves slow, internal chatter fades. The boundary between waking and sleep softens. This transition cannot be forced. It happens when stimulation is absent long enough. If a thought lingers, let it sit without engaging, like watching a distant light fade without walking toward it. Eventually it dissolves because it is not being reinforced. Mental darkness is not emptiness, it is restoration, a reset that clears the static accumulated through the day. In this darkness, the brain reorganizes itself quietly, preparing clarity for tomorrow. You may feel as though awareness is sinking deeper, no longer floating on the surface of thought. The body grows heavier, breathing softer, time less defined. There is nothing to hold on to, because nothing is required. Nothing needs to be imagined, remembered, or planned. Silence can remain pure, untouched by commentary. And in that pure, quiet, true cognitive rest begins, carrying you gently towards sleep as the mind releases its final habit of filling every space, discovering that the deepest renewal comes not from better thoughts, but from allowing the absence of them to restore what constant thinking slowly depleted. As mental darkness settles in, and the mind no longer feels compelled to produce thoughts to fill the silence, another quiet pressure can reveal itself beneath the surface. The belief that tomorrow must be different, that you must wake up improved, stronger, more disciplined, more in control. Self-development can become a hidden source of tension, turning even rest into preparation for performance. This pressure keeps a part of the mind evaluating, measuring, planning who you need to become when morning comes. It whispers that sleep is only valuable if it leads to a better version of you. But growth does not come from strain alone. It comes from cycles, effort followed by recovery, movement followed by stillness. Without recovery, improvement collapses under its own weight. The Stoics pursued virtue, yet they also accepted human limits. They understood that progress is not achieved through constant self-judgment, but through patience with the process of being human. Each day was an opportunity, not a verdict. Night was not a time to audit your worth, but a time to restore the strength needed to continue. Tonight, you do not have to become anything. You do not have to rehearse a new identity or promise yourself transformation by morning. You are allowed to exist exactly as you are, without evaluation. Rest is not earned by perfection, and tomorrow does not require a different person to arrive. You may notice how the body softens when the need to improve disappears. The tension behind the eyes fades, the jaw loosens, the chest expands more freely. Without the pressure of expectation, the nervous system recognizes safety. There is nothing to prepare for, nothing to defend against. Improvement anxiety often comes from the belief that who you are now is not enough. But healing and growth happen most deeply when that belief is set aside. The body repairs not because it is forced to become better, but because restoration is its natural state when allowed. There is relief in stepping out of the race, even briefly, in recognizing that life continues supporting you whether you are progressing or pausing. The night asks nothing of you except surrender. If thoughts about tomorrow appear, let them drift away like distant echoes. Tomorrow belongs to itself. Morning will bring clarity without rehearsal. The best preparation for the future is complete rest in the present. You are not wasting time by resting as you are. You are creating the conditions for authentic change, the kind that grows from strength rather than pressure. As the urge to improve dissolves, you may feel a quiet acceptance spreading through you. Not resignation, but peace with the fact that you are already part of a process larger than your plans. Growth will continue whether you monitor it or not. Nothing about you needs to be fixed tonight. Nothing needs to be optimized before sleep can come. And as the pressure to wake up as someone better fades completely, the mind finally releases its last demand, allowing the body to sink into deep restorative sleep, carried by the gentle truth that you do not have to transform overnight to deserve rest. You only have to allow yourself to be held by the quiet as you are. As the pressure to become someone better by morning fades and the mind no longer measures your worth against tomorrow, the body begins to respond in its own quiet language. A deeper heaviness spreads, not the heaviness of fatigue alone, but the kind that comes when effort finally dissolves. For many people, this sensation triggers a subtle reflex to adjust, to hold on to a sense of control, as if fully letting go might mean losing stability. All day you managed posture, movement, balance. Muscles engaged automatically to keep you upright, coordinated, ready. Even at rest, a faint layer of control often remains, small corrections happening beneath awareness. The body has learned to supervise itself constantly, rarely trusting support completely. The Stoics believed in aligning with natural forces rather than resisting them. Gravity is one of those forces, steady, reliable, always present. It does not demand anything from you. It simply holds. Allowing the body to surrender to gravity is not passivity. It is cooperation with something that has supported you since the moment you were born. Tonight, you can let yourself be carried without managing the process. Notice how the surface beneath you receives your weight evenly, how there is nothing you need to do to stay in place. The more you release, the more support you feel. The less you interfere, the deeper the sense of safety becomes. There may be a moment of hesitation, a subtle urge to tighten or reposition. This is only habit, not necessity. The body is testing whether it is truly allowed to stop controlling. Each second you remain still without correcting sends reassurance to the nervous system that nothing is falling apart. You may feel the limbs growing heavier, as if they belong more to the earth than to effort. The shoulders settle, the back widens, the legs release their readiness to move. This is not collapse, it is unloading tension that was never meant to be permanent. Trusting gravity also shifts awareness away from mental control into physical presence. Instead of thinking about relaxing, you experience it directly. The body becomes quiet evidence that letting go does not lead to harm, but to relief. Breathing follows this release, deepening without instruction because the muscles around the chest and abdomen no longer interfere. Even the heartbeat slows, responding to the reduced demand for vigilance. There is a quiet humility in allowing something as simple as gravity to hold you. It reminds you that not everything depends on effort, that support exists without being earned. The world does not require your tension to keep you safe. If small areas of tension remain, they can rest too. Nothing needs to release all at once. Gravity is patient. It works gradually, inviting rather than forcing. You may notice a sense of sinking that feels peaceful rather than alarming, like settling into a place that was waiting for you all along. The boundary between body and surface softens, creating the feeling of being cradled by stillness itself. Nothing needs to be controlled right now. No posture to maintain, no balance to monitor, no effort to apply. And as you trust the process completely, the body releases its final layer of resistance, surrendering to the quiet pull that guides it naturally toward deep restoration, carried gently downward into sleep by the steady, silent therapy of gravity doing what it has always done, holding you without asking anything in return. As the body settles fully into the quiet support beneath it, and gravity carries what effort no longer needs to hold, the inner world begins to reflect that same simplicity. When physical tension fades, emotional tension often becomes more visible, not as intense feelings, but as a crowded atmosphere inside the mind. Lingering reactions, small resentments, unfinished worries, fragments of conversations. None of them urgent, yet together they create a sense of heaviness that prevents true rest. During the day, emotional responses accumulate quickly because there is little time to process them. You move from one interaction to the next, storing impressions without sorting them. By night, the mind tries to hold everything at once, as if letting go might mean losing something important. This is how inner clutter forms, not from major events, but from the pile of minor ones never released. The Stoics practiced emotional minimalism by focusing only on what truly mattered and allowing the rest to fall away. They did not carry every irritation or disappointment into the next moment. They saw peace as a result of lightness, not detachment from humanity, but freedom from unnecessary weight. Tonight, you can simplify the emotional landscape inside you, not by analyzing each feeling, but by loosening your grip on all of them at once. Imagine setting down a bundle you have been carrying all day without realizing it was optional. Nothing inside that bundle needs your attention right now. You may notice how quickly the nervous system responds when emotional clutter is reduced. The chest opens, the breath moves more freely, the subtle tension in the stomach eases. Without the pressure of holding multiple reactions at once, the body shifts toward calm. Emotional minimalism does not mean suppressing feelings. It means not rehearsing them, not revisiting them, not feeding them with extra thought. Let them exist in a quiet background where they no longer dominate awareness. There is a peaceful emptiness that follows, not cold or detached, but spacious. A sense that there is room inside you again. Room for stillness, for sleep, for restoration. You do not need to resolve every emotion tonight. Understanding can wait for daylight, when the mind is clear and energy is renewed. Night asks only that you lighten the load enough to rest. You may feel a gentle neutrality spreading where strong reactions once lived. Not indifference, but balance. The nervous system recognizes this neutrality as safety because nothing inside demands urgent attention. Nothing from today needs to be carried into the hours meant for repair. The mind can place everything down temporarily, knowing it can be picked up again if needed. As the inner clutter dissolves, awareness becomes simple again. Just breath, sensation, quiet presence. The complexity of the day gives way to the simplicity of being. And in that simplicity, sleep approaches without obstacles, guided by the calm clarity that comes when the emotional world is no longer crowded, allowing the body and mind to sink into deep restoration, free from the unnecessary weight they were never meant to hold through the night. As the inner world becomes lighter and emotional clutter dissolves into quiet space, a deeper layer of resistance can sometimes appear, the reluctance to fully let go of awareness. Sleep requires something that can feel unfamiliar to a mind trained to stay guarded: vulnerability. When consciousness fades, control fades with it, and for many people, that loss of control feels unsafe even when no danger is present. During the day, the conscious mind acts like a gatekeeper. It monitors, filters, protects, prepares. It keeps you oriented, responsive, ready. But that constant guarding comes at a cost. It prevents the deeper systems of the body from doing the work that only happens when the gate finally opens and vigilance steps aside. The Stoics understood that not all strength comes from holding on. Some forms of strength come from knowing when to release control completely. They trusted the natural order of things, including the cycles of consciousness and rest. To them, sleep was not a lapse in awareness, but a return to the deeper intelligence that sustains life without effort. Tonight, you can allow yourself to be unguarded without fear. Notice that the environment is steady, the body supported, the moment quiet. Nothing is approaching that requires defense. The nervous system begins to recognize that surrendering awareness does not equal exposure. It equals restoration. There may be a subtle hesitation as the mind drifts closer to sleep, a reflex that pulls you back into alertness just as you begin to let go. This is the guard testing whether it is safe to step aside. Each time you allow yourself to sink again without resistance, the guard learns that it can rest too. You are not disappearing when you fall asleep. You are entering a state where the body repairs itself more deeply than it ever could while awake. The brain reorganizes, the immune system strengthens, emotional balance is restored. Unconsciousness is not absence, it is hidden activity beyond the reach of conscious effort. There is safety in allowing this process because it has carried you through every night of your life. You have surrendered to sleep thousands of times and awakened again. The body knows how to return. Trusting this rhythm dissolves the fear of letting go. Vulnerability at night is different from vulnerability in the world. Here it is private, protected, held by darkness and stillness. There is no audience, no expectation, no need to maintain composure. You can exist without defense. You may feel a softening throughout the body as this trust grows. Muscles release the last traces of readiness. Breathing becomes shallow and effortless. Awareness loosens its grip on the edges of the room. The mind stops checking whether it is safe and begins to drift without direction. Nothing needs to be watched right now. Nothing needs to be managed. The conscious guard can step away because its work is finished. And as you allow vulnerability to exist without fear, the final barrier to deep rest dissolves, carrying you gently into unconsciousness, where the most profound healing takes place, held by the quiet assurance that safety does not come from staying alert, but from trusting the body to restore itself when you finally let go. As the conscious guard steps aside and vulnerability begins to feel safe instead of threatening, one last habit often tries to pull the mind back into activity. The urge to prepare for tomorrow. Plans assembling themselves, conversations rehearsed, schedules reviewed, problems lined up for action. It can feel productive, even responsible, to use these quiet hours to get ahead. But preparation in bed keeps the brain in the very state sleep is meant to repair. The mind does not fully understand the difference between imagining action and performing it. When you plan intensely, the same neural pathways activate as if you were already moving through the day. The nervous system receives signals of engagement, not recovery. Heart rate rises slightly, breathing shifts, muscles prepare unconsciously. Rest becomes shallow because part of you has already stepped into tomorrow. The Stoics believed in preparing for challenges, but they also believed in placing each activity in its proper time. Reflection had its place, action had its place, and rest had its place. Mixing them created disorder in the mind. Night was reserved for renewal, not strategy. By separating planning from recovery, they preserved clarity for both. Tonight, you can let tomorrow remain closed. It will arrive whether you rehearse it or not. Problems will present themselves clearly when daylight returns. Decisions will feel easier when the mind is restored instead of depleted. You may notice a subtle relief when you stop assembling the future. The forehead softens, the eyes settle, the breath returns to its slower rhythm. Without the need to simulate action, the body recognizes that it can power down completely. There can be a fear that if you do not think about tomorrow now, something will be forgotten. But memory improves with rest, not repetition. A rested mind recalls more accurately than an exhausted one. Trusting this allows planning to release its grip. If thoughts about tomorrow appear, you do not need to push them away. Simply acknowledge that this is not the time for them. Let them drift like distant lights that fade as you move deeper into darkness. They will be waiting when you wake, clearer and more manageable. Recovery requires mental space free from obligation. When planning stops, the brain transitions from anticipatory mode to restorative mode. Hormones shift, neural activity slows. The body begins processes that cannot occur during engagement. You are not neglecting the future by resting. You are strengthening the version of you who will meet it. The most effective preparation for tomorrow is full recovery tonight. Nothing needs to be organized right now. No scenarios need rehearsal. No solutions need to be imagined. As the future loosens its hold, the present becomes quiet and spacious again. Awareness sinks back into sensation, into breath, into the steady rhythm of the body repairing itself. And in that separation between planning and recovery, sleep approaches without interference, carrying you into the deep restoration that makes tomorrow possible, guided by the calm understanding that the future is best met by a mind that allowed itself to rest instead of rehearse. As the pull toward tomorrow releases and the mind no longer rehearses what has not yet arrived, a deeper quiet begins to settle, one that reveals how little effort is actually required for life to continue. Beneath all the planning, controlling, and managing, there is a vast intelligence already at work inside you, a system that has kept your heart beating, your lungs breathing, your cells repairing, without ever asking for permission. Most of the day is spent trying to direct life from the surface, believing that control equals safety. But at night, when activity stops, the deeper processes come forward. Healing, regulation, renewal, functions far older than conscious thought. They belong to a part of you that existed long before language, long before identity, long before effort became a habit. The Stoics trusted nature not only outside themselves, but within. They believed that the body is guided by the same order that moves the seasons and the tides. Interfering less allows that order to express itself more clearly. Rest was not a withdrawal from strength, but a return to the source of it. Tonight, you can place faith in the quiet intelligence already working beneath awareness. Your immune system scanning and repairing, your brain clearing the residue of the day, your hormones recalibrating to restore balance. None of this requires supervision. None of it improves through worry. You may feel a gentle surrender as you recognize that you are not responsible for holding yourself together at this level. The body knows how to heal because healing is its default state when interference stops. Effort blocks what trust allows. There can be a subtle relief in letting biology lead, in realizing that you do not have to guide sleep, digestion, recovery, or emotional regulation. These processes unfold naturally when the conditions are right, and the condition they need most is permission to operate without resistance. You may notice warmth spreading through the body, a sign of circulation adjusting for repair. Breathing becomes shallow and effortless, the heart steady and calm. Even the mind begins to drift, as if stepping aside to let something older take over. Faith in biology does not mean passivity. It means cooperation, allowing natural rhythms to reassert themselves after a day of artificial demands. Darkness signals rest, stillness signals safety, quiet signals completion. Nothing inside you is broken tonight. Nothing requires force to function. The ancient systems that carried you through every previous night are already moving into place again. You do not need to monitor this process. Trust is enough. The body will bring you back to waking when the cycle completes, just as it always has. As this trust deepens, control loosens completely. The last tension dissolves because there is nothing left to manage. And in that surrender to the intelligence beneath thought, the nervous system settles into its deepest state of restoration, carrying you gently into sleep, where healing continues without effort, guided by the timeless wisdom of a body that has always known how to repair itself when finally allowed to rest. As trust in the body's quiet intelligence deepens and control loosens its grip, one last reflex can remain hidden in the background: the need to stay slightly alert, just in case something happens. A faint readiness that never fully powers down. It does not feel like anxiety, more like a quiet watchfulness, as if sleep should remain shallow so you can respond quickly if required. This reflex is rooted in survival conditioning. At some point, staying alert protected you. It may have helped you navigate uncertainty, responsibility, or environments where rest did not feel completely safe. The nervous system learned that vigilance reduced risk, so it kept the switch partially on, even when the danger passed. The Stoics understood that the mind often continues preparing for battles long after the battlefield is gone. They practiced distinguishing between real threat and imagined possibility. Wisdom meant knowing when preparation was useful and when it was draining strength that could be restored. Tonight, you can let the nervous system experience what it is like to stand down fully. Notice that nothing is approaching, nothing is escalating, nothing is asking for readiness. The quiet is not a trap, it is an invitation. You may feel a subtle hesitation, a whisper that says staying alert is safer than letting go. This whisper is habit, not truth. The environment is stable, the body supported, the moment contained. There is no advantage in remaining half awake when nothing needs your response. As you allow alertness to fade, the body softens in ways it could not, while vigilance remained. The jaw loosens, the muscles behind the eyes relax, the breath deepens without effort. Even the ears stop straining for sounds that do not matter. Releasing this readiness is not irresponsibility, it is restoration. A system that never powers down cannot maintain clarity or resilience. Deep rest is what makes true alertness possible when it is actually needed. You may notice a quiet sense of relief spreading, as if a weight you forgot you were carrying has been set down. The chest expands more freely, the stomach softens, the limbs feel heavier against the surface beneath you. These changes signal that the survival response is easing. Nothing requires your watch tonight. If something important truly needed your attention, your body would wake you. You do not have to guard the threshold of sleep manually. There is peace in recognizing that safety does not depend on constant awareness. Life has continued protecting you through every night before this one. Trusting that pattern allows the nervous system to shift into its deepest repair state. The Stoics believed courage includes the willingness to rest when rest is appropriate. Not every moment calls for vigilance. Some call for surrender. You do not have to stay ready for possibilities that are not present. You do not have to hold yourself on standby for events that may never come. And as the final layer of alertness dissolves, the mind and body slip fully into the stillness they have been approaching all along, carried into deep sleep by the quiet assurance that nothing needs guarding, nothing needs anticipating. And for these hours, you are allowed to be completely off-duty in a world that remains steady without your watch. As the need to stay alert fades and the nervous system finally steps out of its watchful posture, another subtle tension can sometimes rise in its place. The pressure to sleep perfectly. The hope that tonight must be flawless, uninterrupted, deeply restorative. When sleep becomes something to achieve, the mind quietly returns to performance mode, measuring every sensation, judging every moment of wakefulness as failure. This obsession with perfect sleep turns rest into another task. You begin monitoring how relaxed you feel, wondering whether you are drifting off fast enough, worrying that any disturbance will undo the healing you need. Instead of surrendering to the night, you try to manage it, as if recovery depends on precision. The Stoics accepted that life unfolds with variation, not perfection. They did not demand flawless outcomes from processes governed by nature. Some nights are deep, some are light, some restless, some peaceful. All of them contribute to the larger rhythm of recovery. Resistance to imperfection creates more disturbance than the imperfection itself. Tonight, you can release the expectation that sleep must meet a standard. Rest does not need to be measured to be effective. Even lying quietly in darkness allows the body to repair in ways you cannot see. The nervous system recalibrates simply from the absence of stimulation. You may notice relief when you stop evaluating how well you are resting. The tension behind the eyes eases, the chest softens, the mind loses interest in tracking time. Without judgment, the experience becomes gentler, more fluid. There can be moments of wakefulness during the night, and that is not failure. It is part of how the brain cycles through different stages of recovery. Accepting these pauses prevents them from becoming stressful interruptions. Imperfect rest is still rest. Healing is not fragile. It continues even when conditions are not ideal. The body adapts, compensates, and restores itself across many nights, not just one. You do not need to force sleep to happen. You only need to allow rest to occur in whatever form it takes. Sometimes the deepest recovery begins when you stop trying to control the outcome. If thoughts about how well you are sleeping arise, let them pass without engagement. The mind is adjusting to a new way of relating to rest, one based on trust rather than performance. Nothing about tonight has to be perfect to be meaningful. You are not being graded on how deeply you sleep. As the obsession with perfect recovery dissolves, a quiet acceptance settles in, making space for natural rhythms to unfold without interference. The body relaxes more fully because it is no longer trying to meet expectations. And in that acceptance of imperfection, sleep approaches with surprising ease, carrying you into the restoration you were seeking all along, guided by the gentle truth that healing does not require perfect conditions, only permission to happen without pressure. As the pressure to sleep perfectly dissolves and the night is no longer treated like a performance, the body begins to sense that it is finally allowed to move at its own pace. Yet one final shift must happen for deep restoration to unfold, the nervous system lowering itself out of the high alert state it has carried through the day. This transition cannot be forced. It happens only when resistance fades and safety is felt deeply enough. All day, the body has been tuned for action. Even small stress keeps the system leaning toward readiness. Heart slightly elevated, breath shallow, muscles prepared. This state is useful when movement is required, but exhausting when it never turns off. The body cannot repair while it believes survival is still the priority. The Stoics practiced calming the mind so the body could follow. They knew that inner stillness signals safety more effectively than external reassurance. When the mind stops interpreting the world as a threat, the body begins to release its armor. Tonight, you can allow the shift to happen gradually. Notice how the breath slows on its own when you stop monitoring it. Notice how the heartbeat settles when there is nothing left to anticipate. These changes are signs that the system is moving from protection into repair. There may be brief waves of restlessness as the body adjusts, like an engine winding down after running for hours. This does not mean something is wrong. It means energy is redistributing, tension unwinding, vigilance dissolving. As resistance fades, digestion deepens, circulation shifts toward restoration, warmth spreads through the extremities. The body begins the quiet work of rebuilding what was depleted. This is the rest and digest state, not passive, but actively repairing. You do not have to guide this process. The nervous system has known how to downshift since before conscious thought existed. Your role is simply not to interfere. Each moment of stillness confirms that action is no longer required. You may feel a gentle heaviness spreading through the limbs, a calm weight that replaces the sharp alertness of the day. Awareness becomes softer, less focused on scanning, more attuned to sensation. Safety is not something you have to create. It is something the body recognizes when threat signals stop. Darkness, quiet, stillness. These are ancient cues that it is time to restore. Nothing needs to be defended right now. Nothing needs to be solved. Nothing needs to be achieved before morning. As the nervous system completes its descent into calm, the boundary between wakefulness and sleep begins to dissolve. Thoughts lose their urgency, sensations blur into comfort, time loosens its grip. And in that effortless downshift, the body enters the state it has been seeking all along, carried into deep, restorative sleep by the quiet assurance that survival mode has ended for the night, allowing healing to unfold in the steady rhythm of rest that requires nothing from you except the willingness to let go. As the nervous system settles fully into its quieter rhythm and the urgency of the day dissolves into the background, one final doorway often remains, the moment when awareness begins to fade. For some, this threshold brings a subtle fear, a hesitation that appears just as sleep approaches, the feeling that letting go of consciousness means losing control, as if staying awake is the only way to remain safe. All waking hours are built on control. You choose, respond, decide, adjust. Consciousness feels like the command center of your existence, so surrendering it can feel like stepping into the unknown. The mind wonders who will be in charge, who will keep watch, who will make sure everything continues as it should. The Stoics trusted the natural cycles that govern life, including the daily return to unconsciousness. They saw sleep not as a risk, but as participation in a rhythm that sustains all living things. Night does not take something from you. It returns you to yourself in a deeper way. Tonight, you can approach this threshold with trust instead of caution. Notice how the body remains steady even as awareness softens. Breathing continues without direction. The heart maintains its rhythm. Warmth spreads evenly through the limbs. Life does not depend on conscious supervision. There may be a brief reflex to pull yourself back into alertness, a small surge of energy as if the mind is testing whether it should stay awake. This is only habit, the echo of a system that learned to equate control with safety. Each time you allow yourself to drift again, the habit weakens. Sleep is not disappearance. It is a gentle surrender into a state where repair, memory integration, and emotional balance occur without interference. You are not abandoning control. You are transferring it to the deeper intelligence that operates continuously beneath awareness. There is comfort in recognizing that you have crossed this threshold every night of your life and returned. The body knows the way back. Trusting this dissolves the fear that letting go means losing something permanent. You may feel a soft release in the forehead, the eyes growing heavy, awareness loosening its grip on the room. Sounds blur into distance, sensations merge into warmth. The boundary between self and stillness begins to fade. Nothing needs to be managed from here. No decisions, no monitoring, no effort. The process unfolds whether you assist it or not. Letting go of conscious control is not weakness. It is cooperation with the deepest restorative force available to you. Strength lies in allowing the system to do what it was designed to do. As fear dissolves, a calm acceptance replaces it. The quiet understanding that surrender is not danger, but refuge. The mind stops resisting the pull downward, and the body follows. And in that final release, sleep arrives not as something that takes you, but as something that receives you, carrying you gently into the safety of unconsciousness where healing continues undisturbed, guided by the timeless rhythm that restores you night after night without ever needing your control. As control loosens and the body accepts the safety of surrender, another layer begins to reveal itself, the exhaustion that never fully showed during the day. Not just tiredness of the muscles, but the deep emotional fatigue that comes from carrying too much for too long. Burnout rarely announces itself loudly. It settles quietly, like dust, until everything inside feels heavy without a clear reason. There is a kind of tiredness that sleep alone cannot fix. It comes from constant stimulation, endless decisions, emotional labor, and the silent pressure to keep functioning no matter what is happening inside. The nervous system stays switched on even when the body stops moving. This is why true recovery requires something deeper than rest. It requires stillness. Stillness is not simply the absence of activity, it is the absence of inner resistance. The moment you stop trying to fix, process, or escape what you feel, the system begins to reset on its own. The Stoics understood that the mind exhausts itself not from events, but from its reaction to them. When reaction pauses, repair begins. Tonight, let yourself do nothing at all with what you are carrying. No analysis, no reframing, no searching for lessons, just stillness. Emotional burnout feeds on motion, on constant thinking, scrolling, worrying, comparing, replaying. When motion stops, the overload has nowhere to go and begins to settle. You may notice subtle discomfort at first, as if the mind is unsure what to do without stimulation. This is not danger, it is withdrawal from overstimulation. Like eyes adjusting to darkness after bright light, the nervous system needs time to recalibrate. Feel how the body responds to stillness. The shoulders drop slightly, the jaw softens, the chest expands without effort. These small changes signal to the brain that survival mode is no longer necessary. Safety is communicated through stillness more powerfully than through any thought. Emotional burnout often comes from giving energy outward without restoring it inward. Radical stillness is the act of reclaiming that energy. Nothing is being demanded of you here. You are not required to be productive, responsive, or strong. The system can finally stop performing. As minutes pass, the mind stops searching for stimulation and begins to rest in the quiet. Thoughts slow down, not because you force them to, but because they no longer have urgency. The nervous system recognizes that it is allowed to power down. This is how repair happens, not through effort, but through permission. Permission to be still, to be silent, to exist without pushing forward. Burnout loses its grip when you stop feeding it with movement. In stillness, the emotional storms lose wind. What felt overwhelming during the day becomes distant, smaller, manageable without needing to be solved right now. You are not falling behind by resting this deeply. You are restoring the foundation that allows everything else to function. The Stoics believed that retreating inward was not avoidance, but preparation. A return to the center where strength quietly rebuilds itself. Notice the calm spreading through the body like warmth returning after cold. This is the nervous system shifting from defense to repair. Digestion slows, heart rate steadies, muscles release the tension they no longer need to hold. Nothing dramatic needs to happen. No breakthrough, no realization. Repair is quiet work. It happens beneath awareness, the same way a wound heals when left undisturbed. And in this radical stillness, you rediscover something simple and powerful, that you do not need to carry everything alone, and you do not need to carry it all the time. The night was designed for release, for resetting what the day overloaded. Stay here, where nothing is required, where stillness itself is doing the work. Let the quiet hold you until the emotional weight dissolves into the background, and the system remembers how to exist without strain. This is not escape. It is restoration in its purest form. The deep repair that only becomes possible when you finally stop moving long enough for the nervous system to find its way back to balance. By now, the stillness no longer feels empty. It begins to feel supportive, like something holding you rather than something you are forcing. And in that quiet support, another tension sometimes surfaces, the subtle guilt that appears the moment you stop doing. The feeling that rest must be earned, that pausing means falling behind, that doing nothing is somehow a failure. Most people were never taught how to rest without judgment. Productivity became identity. Busyness became proof of worth. So when the body finally stops, the mind keeps trying to justify the pause, searching for reasons why it is allowed to be still. This quiet guilt is not a personal flaw, it is conditioning. The Stoics viewed rest as part of discipline, not the opposite of it. They believed a wise person knows when action is necessary and when withdrawal is the stronger choice. Doing nothing, when nothing is required, is not laziness. It is alignment with reality. Tonight, there is nothing to solve, nothing to prove, nothing to complete. The day has ended, whether you keep thinking about it or not. The world continues without your supervision. Allow that truth to loosen the pressure you place on yourself. Notice how guilt often arrives as restless energy, the urge to check something, plan something, fix something. It whispers that you should be using this time more productively, but productivity has no purpose in this moment. Recovery does. Rest is not a reward for exhaustion. It is what prevents exhaustion from becoming damage. The nervous system repairs itself most effectively when it senses that effort has truly stopped. If guilt keeps the mind in motion, the body remains partially alert, unable to enter deep restoration. You do not need permission from anyone outside you. Permission is given the moment you accept that your value does not disappear when you are still. You are not a machine that must justify its downtime. You are a living system designed to cycle between effort and recovery. Feel what happens when you stop arguing with the need to rest. The chest softens, the breath deepens slightly, the mind stops scanning for unfinished tasks. These are signals that the system believes it is finally safe to power down. There is strength in allowing yourself to exist without output. Strength in trusting that stepping back does not erase progress. The Stoics practiced intentional withdrawal from public life so they could return clearer, steadier, less reactive. They understood that constant engagement dulls the mind, while solitude restores it. Doing nothing is not emptiness, it is space. Space where tension dissolves, clarity returns, and energy rebuilds quietly beneath the surface. If thoughts arise, saying you should be doing more, let them pass without answering. They are echoes of an old rhythm that no longer needs to control this moment. You are allowed to rest even if everything is not finished, especially then. Notice the relief that appears when you stop measuring yourself. When you stop evaluating whether this rest is deserved. The nervous system does not require justification to heal. It only requires the absence of pressure. You are not wasting time. You are restoring the instrument that carries you through every day. Without this pause, effort becomes strain. With it, effort becomes sustainable. Stay here in this permission, the quiet understanding that doing nothing can be the most necessary action of all. Let the body sink deeper. Let the mind drift further from obligation. Let the night hold the responsibility you carried all day. Nothing is being neglected. Nothing important is being lost. You are simply returning to balance. And in this guilt-free stillness, you rediscover a truth that was always there beneath the noise. That rest is not something you have to earn. It is something you were built to need, something the body has been asking for long before the mind learned to resist it. The permission to rest begins to soften the inner pressure, and with that softness, you may notice something else. The mind is still moving. Not loudly, not urgently, but gently producing thoughts the way the ocean continues to move even after the wind has stopped. Many people believe peace requires stopping thoughts completely, as if silence must be forced into existence. But forcing silence is just another form of struggle, and struggle keeps the nervous system awake. The Stoics never tried to erase the mind. They practiced observing it until it settled on its own. Thoughts are not the enemy of rest. Resistance to them is. When you stop trying to control the stream loses intensity by itself. Tonight, allow the mind to do what minds naturally do. Let a thought appear without following it. Let another pass without pushing it away. You are not required to engage, interpret, or complete any of them. They can move through awareness the way clouds move through a night sky, visible for a moment, then gone without effort. You may notice that the urge to force quiet comes from impatience, from the desire to reach sleep faster. But sleep cannot be commanded. It arrives when the conditions are right. Letting thoughts fade is part of creating those conditions. Each time you allow a thought to dissolve on its own, the brain receives a signal that vigilance is no longer needed. Alertness fades not because you shut it down, but because it realizes nothing demands its attention. Feel the difference between holding on to a thought and letting it drift. Holding creates tension in the forehead, in the jaw, in the chest. Letting go creates space. That space is where calm begins to grow. Some thoughts will try to pull you into stories about the past or future. You do not need to follow. You can notice the beginning of the story and simply remain where you are, in the quiet presence beneath it. Awareness itself is already peaceful when it is not occupied. Silence is not something you create. It is something that appears when effort stops. Like a pond becoming clear when you stop stirring the water, the mind becomes quiet when interference ends. You might find moments where there are no thoughts at all, brief pauses that feel deeper than sleep. Do not get excited or try to hold on to them. Excitement is another form of activity. Let those spaces come and go naturally, just like everything else. If thoughts return, nothing has gone wrong. The mind is unwinding layers of stored stimulation. Each thought that fades without engagement is part of that release. The nervous system learns through repetition. Every time you allow mental noise to pass without reaction, you teach the brain that constant thinking is not required for safety. Over time, the baseline level of activity lowers on its own. Notice how the body responds when you stop fighting the mind. The breathing becomes softer, the limbs feel heavier, the sense of urgency dissolves. Calm spreads not because you achieved silence, but because you stopped resisting sound. There is a quiet presence underneath all thinking, a steady awareness that does not need to speak. Rest there, not by trying, but by allowing attention to settle naturally, like a leaf floating down to still water. Nothing needs to be pushed away. Nothing needs to be held. Thoughts can come, stay briefly, and leave without leaving a trace. And as they fade, The space between them widens until the mind no longer feels crowded. The night becomes deeper, softer, more supportive. Sleep approaches quietly, drawn to the absence of struggle. This is natural quieting, not forced, not manufactured, but revealed when you step back and let the mind return to its original rhythm, the rhythm it always knew before it learned to stay on guard. As the mind grows quieter and thoughts lose their urgency, one final layer often remains: the identity you carried through the day. The roles, expectations, successes, disappointments, and the silent pressure to be someone specific. Even when the body lies still, the brain can keep rehearsing who you were required to be, as if tomorrow depends on holding that image together. All day long, you move through different versions of yourself: the responsible one, the strong one, the patient one, the one who had to hold everything together. These roles are useful in daylight, but at night they become weight. The nervous system cannot fully reset while it is still trying to maintain a performance. The Stoics practiced stepping back from identity so they could return to what does not change beneath it. They understood that you are not the role, not the praise, not the criticism, not even the mistakes. Those belong to the day. Night is for returning to the self that exists without titles. Tonight, allow the image of who you were today to loosen. You do not need to defend it, improve it, or analyze it. The brain reboots most deeply when it is no longer protecting an ego. Identity requires energy to maintain. Letting it dissolve frees that energy for repair. Notice how much tension comes from trying to be consistent, capable, in control. When that effort stops, something softer appears, a sense of simply being without needing to be defined. You are not your unfinished tasks. You are not the conversations that didn't go perfectly. You are not the expectations you met or the ones you couldn't. Those are experiences, not identity. Feel what happens when you stop carrying the story of the day. The chest opens slightly. The forehead smooths. The mind stops replaying scenes. This is the nervous system recognizing that it no longer has to hold the shape it held for others. Sleep is the only time when the ego naturally dissolves, when the brain reorganizes itself without the constant reference to who you think you are. Fighting to maintain identity during this process interrupts the reset. There is freedom in allowing yourself to be undefined for a few hours. No roles, no responsibilities, no image to protect. Just a living body at rest, breathing, recovering, existing without performance. If thoughts arise about how you should have acted or what tomorrow will require, let them pass without reattaching to the identity behind them. Tomorrow's version of you will rebuild itself when it is needed. It does not need to be constructed tonight. The brain repairs emotional load most effectively when it is not filtering everything through self-judgment. Releasing identity suspends that filter. Experiences can settle into memory without the extra charge of ego. You may feel lighter, as if something invisible has been set down. That is the weight of self-definition loosening its grip. Beneath it is a quieter presence that does not need to prove anything. This is not losing yourself. It is returning to the part of you that existed before the day asked you to become so many things at once. Stay here in this egoless space where nothing needs to be maintained, where the system can rebuild without interference. Let the mind drift further from the roles that shaped the day, further from the story of who you had to be. And as identity dissolves into the background, The brain finally receives the message it has been waiting for, that it is safe to shut down the performance, safe to reorganize, safe to begin again without carrying yesterday forward. In this release, the reboot begins quietly, restoring clarity, emotional balance, and strength beneath awareness, so that when morning comes, you rise not as the exhausted version of yesterday, but as something steadier, lighter, and renewed from the inside out. As the day's identity loosens and the mind no longer clings to the roles it carried, a deeper freedom begins to open. The freedom of not having to be anyone at all. Not the strong one, not the reliable one, not the one who has everything figured out. Just a quiet presence resting in the dark, untouched by expectations. Most of life is spent maintaining a self-image, a picture of who you are supposed to be, reinforced by habit, memory, and the reactions of others. Even when you are alone, that image can continue running in the background, shaping your thoughts, your posture, even your breathing. It is exhausting to hold a shape all day long. The Stoics believed that beneath all labels there is a simpler self, one that does not depend on approval or performance. They practiced stepping away from identity, not to disappear, but to recover clarity. Because when you stop trying to be someone, you finally experience what it feels like to simply exist. Tonight, allow yourself to become nobody for a while. No history to protect, no reputation to maintain, no future version to prepare. The mind does not need to rehearse who you will be tomorrow. For these hours, you are free from the story. Notice how unusual this may feel at first. The mind is used to referencing identity to stay oriented. Without it, there can be a sense of floating, as if the usual boundaries have softened. This is not disorientation. It is relief from constant self-definition. You are not disappearing. You are resting from the effort of being seen, even by yourself. The nervous system relaxes when it no longer has to hold a consistent persona. Muscles release, breath deepens, the face softens because it is no longer communicating anything to the world. There is peace in anonymity, even in solitude. No judgments to anticipate, no standards to meet. Just the quiet rhythm of life, continuing without commentary. If thoughts arise about who you are, what you should be doing, or how you are perceived, let them pass like echoes from a distant room. They belong to the daylight world. Night is a place where identity dissolves and the system returns to its natural state. Becoming nobody is not emptiness, it is spaciousness. A state where awareness is free from the weight of self-image. In that space, the brain reorganizes without the distortion of ego, emotions settle without needing to justify themselves, and the body repairs without interruption. Feel how light the mind becomes when it is not carrying the burden of personality. There is nothing to defend, nothing to enhance, nothing to compare. Just stillness. This practice quietly teaches the nervous system that existence does not depend on constant self-monitoring. Safety does not come from maintaining an image. It comes from releasing it. You may notice a sense of neutrality spreading, a calm that does not need a reason. This is the baseline state that was always there before the world taught you to be someone specific. For these few hours, allow yourself to rest in that neutrality. Let the boundaries of identity blur into the background. Let awareness sink deeper into the body, into sensation, into the simple fact of being alive without explanation. Nothing important is lost by stepping away from yourself. In fact, what is essential becomes clearer when the noise of identity fades. And as you remain here, Undefined and unburdened, the nervous system completes a repair that only happens when the self is no longer at the center of attention. A deep reset that prepares you to return to the world tomorrow with less strain, less defensiveness, and a quieter strength that does not need to announce itself. For now, there is nowhere to go and no one to be. Just rest in the freedom of being nobody, held gently by the silence until sleep carries you the rest of the way. As the need to be someone fades and the mind rests without identity, a quiet realization begins to surface. That much of the struggle came from trying to control the healing process itself. The urge to fix, to accelerate, to understand every feeling before allowing it to pass. Yet the body has always known how to repair what the mind keeps interrupting. Most people were taught that improvement comes from effort, that progress must be pushed into existence. This works in daylight, but recovery follows a different law. Healing happens in the absence of interference, in the same way a wound closes when it is left undisturbed. The Stoics recognized this paradox. Strength sometimes comes not from doing more, but from finally stepping aside. Tonight, nothing inside you needs to be managed. The nervous system does not require instructions. It has been regulating breath, heartbeat, digestion, and repair long before conscious thought ever appeared. Trusting this intelligence is not passive. It is cooperation with something deeper than control. Notice how the impulse to interfere shows up. The desire to check if you are relaxing correctly, the urge to evaluate whether progress is happening, the habit of scanning for tension to eliminate. These actions come from anxiety disguised as responsibility. But constant monitoring keeps the system alert, as if danger might return at any moment. When you stop interfering, the body shifts from supervision to restoration. Muscles release layers of tension you did not even know were there. Hormones rebalance. Neural pathways reorganize quietly, without needing your awareness. Healing is not a performance you must execute. It is a process that unfolds when conditions allow it. Stillness, safety, and permission create those conditions. You may feel subtle sensations, warmth, heaviness, gentle waves of relaxation moving through the limbs. These are signs of recalibration, not something you are causing, but something you are allowing. Like a room settling into silence after a loud machine turns off, the system returns to equilibrium when interference stops. The Stoics trusted nature more than their own impulses to control it. They understood that the same force that grows forests and heals broken bones also restores the human mind when given space. You do not need to understand how it works for it to work. Let go of the need to know whether you are doing this right. There is no perfect way to surrender. Even imperfect stillness is enough. If thoughts arise about what still needs fixing, acknowledge them without following. The system is not broken. It is overloaded. Overload dissolves through rest, not through analysis. Feel the relief of stepping out of the role of caretaker for your own mind. For a few hours, you are not responsible for managing anything inside you. The night holds that responsibility now. Breathing continues on its own. The heart keeps time without guidance. Cells repair damage accumulated through stress and effort. All of this happens more effectively when you trust rather than intervene. There is a deep peace in recognizing that you are supported by processes far older and wiser than conscious control. You are not alone inside your body. You are carried by it. This is the paradox. The moment you stop trying to heal is the moment healing accelerates. Because resistance is what slows it down. Interference is what keeps old patterns active. Allow yourself to drift deeper into that trust. Let the body become heavy, the mind quiet. The need to supervise dissolve completely. Nothing important is being neglected. On the contrary, the most important work is finally able to begin, the silent repair that restores balance from the inside out. And as you surrender fully to this process, you rediscover something the world made easy to forget, that recovery is not something you force into existence, but something that naturally unfolds when you stop standing in its way, when you allow the quiet intelligence within you to do what it has always known how to do, bring you back to wholeness while you rest. Tonight was never about forcing sleep. It was about learning how to set down what you were never meant to carry without rest. You loosened control, released the roles of the day, allowed thoughts to fade, softened the body, and trusted the quiet intelligence that repairs you when you stop interfering. Piece by piece, the nervous system remembered what safety feels like. Not the loud kind of safety that comes from certainty, but the deep kind that comes from surrender. The Stoics taught that peace is not found by changing the world, but by calming the storm inside it. And what you practice tonight is that calm, the ability to step back from pressure, from identity, from fear, from effort, and return to the steady center that was always there beneath the noise. This is how true recovery begins, not with struggle, but with permission. If something inside you feels lighter, slower, quieter than when you began, that is not imagination. That is repair. The kind that happens when the mind finally stops fighting itself and the body is allowed to do what it was designed to do. If you made it all the way here, write, "I let go tonight" in the comments. Not for me, for you. A small signal that you are choosing rest over strain, calm over chaos, healing over constant pressure. And if this kind of stillness is something you want to return to again and again, subscribe to the channel and join this quiet space we're building together. A place where strong minds learn how to rest, not just endure. Now let the screen fade, let the night finish what it started, and allow yourself to drift into the deep repair that continues long after the words are gone.